So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear audience. You are so much welcome at this International Round Table implementation of somatic and psychosomatic methodology to ensure stress resistance of ex-combatants, ATO, GFO, IDPs, and Eastern Ukraine residents, Ukrainian system of rehabilitation. My name is Oksana Orbach. I represent the Ukrainian party. So we talk about this transition from the military career to civilian life and the ways and how to implement the innovative approaches to veterans rehabilitation together with their families. So this event we'll have today in two languages, Ukrainian and English. Please do pick language if you want to listen or speak using a specific one. We'll have three panels today. The first panel will be dedicated to the presentation of the model project Vitality Donbass, where the key approaches will be presented, which may be implemented by the ministries and other organizations and institutions who speak about the somatic and psychosomatic methodology. The second panel, well, we have researchers and international partners. They will share the results of the research which may be used today. And the idea is to present the scientifically justified approach and how to support the rehabilitation of the ex-combatants and conflict-affected population. And the third panel that we have today, the implementation of this system of transition from the military career to civilian life by the government. So we have representatives of international partners of the ministries. They'll share their opinions on how effective the implementation of such approach may be, implementation of expertise, something that we can take from our foreign colleagues within the framework of Vitality Project Donbass and other projects on how to rehabilitate actually the ex-combatants and conflict-affected population. Today, we'll have so many representatives from the US, Ukraine, representatives of the EU, specialized ministries responsible for this mental rehabilitation of ex-combatants and conflict-affected population, representatives of international Ukrainian humanitarian missions and organizations, researchers from Ukraine and from abroad, actually working in this area, the stress resistance enhancement. So you can use the YouTube page actually to watch the stream and the Facebook page. So please leave your comments there. And we want our first speaker to open the event. So right now we would like the ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Ukraine, Jens de Mol. Please, you're so welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude. Firstly, I can say a couple of words in Ukrainian right now. A couple of words of this conference, and this is the international conference, and I think I'll continue in English.
Good morning.
Доброго дня, шановні пані та панове. Доброго дня, пане Безкоровайний, пане Левчук. Шановні пані та панове, шановні учасники, мені дуже приємно насправді вітати всіх вас на цьому круглому столі. Ми обговоримо з вами сьогодні дуже таку тему, яка дуже близька моєму серцю, насправді, психічне здоров'я ветеранів. У моїй країні, в Нідерландах, країні, яку я представляю, ми насправді пишаємося тим, що ми, власне, долучаємося до цього проекту в рамках програми ООН з відновлення та розбудови миру від імені Європейського Союзу. Я думаю, що це такі потужні зусилля, які ми всі докладаємо. І сьогодні для чого ми з вами, власне, зустрічаємося? Ми говоримо про те, що ми повинні зміцнити координацію між міністерствами та іншими інституціями в Україні, які відповідають за психологічну реабілітацію ветеранів України. І, власне, багато вже є ветеранів у нас в Україні, і дуже важливо приділяти особливу увагу саме цій категорії. Україна – це країна, яка перебуває зараз у стані війни, і кількість ветеранів надзвичайно велика сьогодні на території нашої держави, але ветерани не лише стикаються з труднощами під час, власне, несення служби, а також вони стикаються з труднощами після того, як завершують свою службу. Хоча, звичайно, до цих людей виявляється величезна повага. Після того, як вони завершують службу, вони стикаються з величезною кількістю таких рутинних труднощів, їм важко знайти роботу. На жаль, вони страждають від алкоголізму, домашнє насильство, депресивні стани та інші психологічні проблеми, так само і ПТСР сюди входить. Але ці психологічні проблеми, вони не настільки видимі. Здебільшого вони впливають, ці проблеми, не лише на самих ветеранів, ветеранок, але також на членів їхніх родин, а також на тих, хто їх оточує. Чому це настільки мене зачіпає? Тому що я сам відслужив свого часу в Афганістані. 2010 рік, пам'ятаю, коли я повернувся додому з місії, то, знаєте, в мене був такий досвід, що моє життя кардинально змінилося. Але моє оточення сказало мені, що це я змінився тоді. Хоча я насправді не очікував, що це буде настільки видимо і відчутно для людей, тим не менше, всі люди навколо мене говорили мені про це. І зараз я оглядаюся, дивлюся на ту ситуацію і таки думаю, що дійсно я тоді змінився. Я став більш різким, більш прямим. Я не був таким же терплячим тоді і, знаєте, спустився на землю, став більш практичною людиною. І на мене це дійсно вплинуло, ця ситуація. І, на щастя, я зміг впоратися з цим успішно, але я бачив також приклади, коли мої колеги, з якими я служив, офіцери, вони проходили через дуже такі складні життєві ситуації, тому ця тема насправді, і тут я представляю Нідерланди як посол, для мене це дуже близько. І якщо я особисто можу підтримати ветеранів, то я це роблю. Завжди, завжди. Докладаю до цього максимальних зусиль. Моя країна, Нідерланди, так само дуже активно підтримує в останні роки програми та проекти, спрямовані на підтримку ментального та психологічного здоров'я ветеранів. Це постійно у нас на порядку денному, і ми визнаємо, що це насправді таке дуже актуальне, нагальне питання. Це така тематика, яка безпосередньо є надскрізною для багатьох гуманітарних місій та організацій. Ми говоримо про розбудову миру, про профілактику конфліктів і, звичайно ж, потреба психологічній підтримці. Вона наразі є дуже актуальною, коли ми говоримо про контекст пандемічний, про COVID-19. Усі ми зараз відчуваємо себе ніби в ізоляції. Нам всім потрібна допомога, фактично.
Important issue of mental health in the RPP program. And to give you an example of the importance that we as the Netherlands attach to the issue, in October 2019, we organized a big conference on mental health and psychosocial support under the title Mind the Mind Now, which very nicely captures the whole idea of psychological support. Therefore, I would like to thank the UNRPP colleagues for organizing this event with its excellent choice of participants and for their commitment to promote peace building in a part of Ukraine that has been suffering a lot over the last years. I wish you all a very constructive discussion and hope that you are convinced of my personal commitment to this very important issue in Ukraine. So with this, I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you. And by the way, Oksana, it's nice to see you again.
Дуже дякую, пане посол.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, it's really nice to see you as well. So our team is preparing. And next year we'll have this huge sport rehabilitation event for the veterans, for the ex-combatants, and Ukrainian veterans team will be there as well. And in Hague, Netherlands, next April, the following April, we'll have it there. And we, of course, met the ambassadors team as well, and we will be so happy to visit you next year. So I'd like to say also that this round table, this today's International Round Table, is held within the framework of UN Recovery and Peacebuilding program with the financial support of the European Union and the Dutch government. So today we are honored. We are honored to greet also Victor Munteanu, the head of UN Recovery and Peacebuilding program. So please tell us, what is the vision of UN when we speak about the reintegration of the ex-combatants? So thank you so much. Good afternoon. I welcome you from the Kramatorsk city.
To speak today. Excellency, great to see you again, although online. We hope to welcome you very soon again in the East. Excellencies, deputy ministers, colleagues, indeed, as Ambassador de Mol has mentioned, this is one of fundamental issues that we're dealing with and are supporting a solution to as part of the UN Recovery and Peacebuilding Program. This alliance coalition of 12 development partners supporting an integrated team of the United Nations, 4 UN agencies that are bringing together their efforts and coordinated by the United Nations Development Program, works along several trajectories or thematic fields, be it economic recovery and support to business activity in the East, be it providing support to building the capacity of local administrations and bringing the state closer to the citizens in all of the communities in the east of Ukraine that are still very much affected by the conflict in the east. This is also an important part of our work that goes with support from the government of the Netherlands and with support from the European Union at large, working on solving the riddles of community security and safety, access to justice, and rule of law in the conflict-affected areas of Ukraine. It goes without saying that establishing better levels of community security and safety in the communities we work with here in the field, it's very important that we make sure that the numbers of ex-combatants, the IDPs, vulnerable groups, are part of the community they're returning to, or part of the community that welcomes them. It is our duty of care to make sure that they are integrated and they feel that they are a full-fledged member of that society, of that community, and that they can participate at advancing that community along the path of development and recovery. So in that regard, I think the support from the Netherlands, the support from the European Union and a number of other international partners, our cooperation with both the Ministry of Veteran Affairs and the Ministry of Reintegration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories is very important in terms of achieving these large goals of recovery and peace building in communities in Eastern Ukraine. In that regard, we work both with the government at the national level, as well as with the communities at the local level. But more importantly, we also engage quite a lot with civil society, with the activists. And among them, I think important drivers of change are ex-combatants returning to their communities and becoming those agents of change, as well as supporting their fellow service women and servicemen returning to their communities. I think this engagement is extremely important. We need to ultimately also rely on innovative tools and digital tools. Of course, the pandemic has impacted us all, and this conference is a good example in that regard. It is very unfortunate that we cannot all meet and discuss and interact in person. Therefore, I think the software that is being developed, the digital tools and instruments that are being developed for supporting this psychological assessment, support to ex-combatants and IDPs and their reintegration and taking a good duty of care of their mental health and reintegration is extremely important. And this conference definitely happens at the right time. Ultimately, As I was mentioning, we try to cover rather comprehensively all those challenges that arise in the conflict-affected areas in the east of the country. However, I think the human resource and the human potential is ultimately what will bring the change, either economic recovery or community security and safety. This cannot happen if we leave behind these members of the society that have given everything that they had to ensure the safety of their country, the safety and security of their citizens. And it's extremely important that they reintegrate, that they feel the care and the support. And I really do hope that the event today will provide those practical solutions that we will be able to support and implement jointly in the communities that we cover. Therefore, I'm looking forward to the conversation and looking forward to the solutions that might be helping us in our everyday work. Thanks a lot.
Пане Вікторе, дуже
So
дякуємо.
Victor, thank you so much for these inspiring words. So today we have also at the opening of the round table representatives of the ministry dealing with ex. So we have Igor Beskarovany, Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs. So he tackles actually the transitional process, the reintegration process. So please give us the vision of the ministry when it comes to transition from the military career to civilian life, so how actually the process should go. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you for providing me this opportunity. I'd like to express my gratitude to the UNRPP and representatives of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for supporting Ukraine for all this time and providing this support to the ex-combatant and veteran community. And I'd like to express my gratitude to representatives of the government, both Ukrainian government and government of states which are our partners. I'd like to express gratitude for their attention to this issue of selecting the comprehensive approach to rehabilitation of combatants and such a sensitive topic as transition from military to civilian life, and also the mental health of veterans, the plans of the ministry. In general, the plan is to create this, to perform this systemic work, to create a policy where we will coordinate the actions of various authorities, institutions, and state agencies and other stakeholders. It means that the system must be integral, multi-structured. It must take into account the veterans' needs and interests first. And of course, the military staff, and of course, the acting military staff. Of course, we need to take into account the needs. We need to focus on the needs. The needs within the specific period, the current period. We need to support our clients in such a way for these needs to be fully satisfied. So systemic approach and complex solutions. This is how we see it. And the practical implementation of this approach and the tools we will use and certain strategic goals that we set for us today and we set for other central executive power bodies. Well, I would like to discuss it at today's panels, just to talk a little bit more about the scientific part, theoretical part, also the practical part, and also the technological component of the process, because we as the Ministry of Veterans, we do understand that implementation of all innovative approaches is impossible without technology. So if we only use the paper procedures, paper bureaucracy, we will never be able to reach ambitious goals that we have. So again, I'm truly grateful for your support. I'm grateful for your attention to this issue. And I think we can come to discussion.
I think that Mr. Volodymyr Levchuk, our next speaker, Deputy Minister of Veterans Issues in the sphere of digitalization, has a perspective to say digitalization is one of the main trends in all the spheres, especially all over the world, especially in Ukraine. It's one of the practical spheres. If we speak about professional adaptation, this sphere moving from army career to civil life, what is your perspective? What is your approach? How you could be involved here, especially moving from the army career into the civil life? Thank you very much, dear participants. Hi to all the guests, all the customers, and I would like to express world's appreciation to our international partners, those with active positions, those that who move the issue of veterans, the issue under discussion today of the psychological rehabilitation, of the mental health, mental supervision. It's one of the key priorities of socialization that raises in the today's agenda of Ukraine. And as it was already mentioned by the previous speakers, within the framework of the lockdown, we move wider and more towards digital services usage. So our ministry envisages methods of digital transformation in all the processes by many instruments. One of them we're going to develop further is usage of the new services for inter alia psychological support and supervision. I would like to mention also a part of innovative approach in our work. We try to scale up the audience of such services. We could speak not only about veterans, we could speak about their families, because they suffer not less from the war and from the all the outcomes of the war. So it's not only about the battle; it's also about waiting for a person coming from the war. So if we speak about doctors, nurses that have this psychological stress in their lives, and we are going to speak about this issue further in detail. If we speak about digital transformation, also today, in today's discussion, I would like to hear about the risks. In order not to be machines, in order not to exchange people with all these services, digital services, so people's needs should be as a key priority. We'd like to hear about some proposals how to solve the challenges, what we haven't considered in our issues, in our work. So I'm going to be engaged in the discussion. I'm going to share more information about it, how we could use these digital tools in order to solve these problems. Thank you. I think that today we will have a lot of speakers that have not only new methods and approaches in terms of digitalization, including usage of somatic and psychosomatic methods, and I'm very interested in it. So in our project, for example, we use physical activity, sport, that one of the outcomes of which is positive impact on the veterans and the ex-combatants, and one of them is psychological recovery. So I think that today's discussion will be a very interesting one. We are wrapping up with the introductory word, and we could start our first panel where we could introduce Vitality Project Donbass model. So we'll see within 5 minutes. We invite our speakers on our physical platform and online. So see you within 5 minutes in order to discuss the Vitality Project Donbass model.
Ще раз вітаю усіх глядачів. Доброго дня. Ми готові розпочати нашу першу панельну дискусію.
We are ready to our first model, the Vitality Project Donbass model. I would like to present to you our participants, Marta Pivovarenko, the Vitality Project Donbass principal, research in Ukraine, mental health research expert, and trainer of the NGO Development Foundation. Hi. Maxim Yablonsky and Anastasia Soltysyak, marketing managers, and Dima Solnik. Antony Melnik, project supervisor. Hi. Tetiana Oboyanska, project provider in Luhansk region of this project. Alexander Klinovsky, project provider in Donetsk Oblast. Olga Yakovleva, the Vitality Project Donbass Project Manager, Chairwoman of the Board of NGO Development Foundation, and Vitaly Harechko, NGO Development Foundation and Vitality Project Donbass Project Advocacy Officer. So I would like to suggest the start of today's discussion in order to underline the problem, how to follow up with this problem of somatic and psychosomatic support. So Marta Pivarenko, please, the floor is yours. How did you identify the problem and how did you develop a solution? Hi. Thank you. Thank you that we have so great participants today. For us, it's very important to imply science-based approaches for intervention, for psychosocial support for communities, especially for the conflict-affected territories in Donetsk and Luhansk regions. We know that our negative outcomes are increasing all the time, so that's ongoing problem. And Vitality Donbass project, you could understand that it will go for quite a long time. Our governing authorities have decided this, and our part of the project is related to the psychosocial recovery, because actually, recovery could be done from different perspectives, and psychological well-being also should be developed. When we speak about science-based approaches in Ukraine, as we understand, we are in some things far back from Europe, from the Western countries, because in other countries they experienced these problems 20 and 30 years ago, so they were forced to develop different scientific projects. From the 1950s, somatic approach has been under investigation. In Ukraine, there was no such approach, but today we will have this discussion, and today we will have online my co-researcher, my co-partner from Wesleyan University. So we have been implementing this project, scientific part of this project, that would help to implement in Ukrainian rehabilitation system somatic methodology. We know that major part of psychotherapeutic methods that under implementation in Ukraine, they really help people to recover their mental health. And all these methods as a component have a somatic methodology, a somatic element, because we could influence on the neurological system of a person by means of physical activity, by means of entrance of some signals. But it's not always so efficient. Today we will have our colleague from Geneva. He's from WHO organization. He will share more information about correct new principles of work. He will explain why when we feel some, when we experience some emergency traumatic situations, our body could deny it. Military conflict is not a human thing. And as we don't accept it, because we are, as a social being, we are all connected to each other. Of course, it could impact on our health, on our well-being, our values could be changed. So that's a complex issue. That's why it's very important to recover oneself, to pay attention to it, and to do it by means of those methods that really work in the field. When we speak about our project, Vitality Donbass project, we defined some scientific components that helped us to build a project in order to meet the demands of Ukraine. You know that in 2020s, all the world met the understanding that security is nowhere, coronavirus, so to the people our vulnerability, and increased psychological pressure for veterans living in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, for their families and communities where they live. That's why, with my colleague, Katya Koltso, from Wesleyan University in USA, Connecticut. That's a very up-to-date university today. We have also its president together with us. And there are a lot of different researching projects. They participate in different projects all over the world. So they saw the essence and importance of psychological recovery exactly today, exactly this time, because we have coronavirus plus military conflict, and also, of course, its influences on the on people, negatively impacts, and people feel that it's too much for them. The project was built on the evaluation tool that has been already validated in Ukraine. So we started learning it with Russian language because, you know, validation of any scientific methods, it's quite a long-term process. But now we have a Ukrainian tool. Johns Hopkins University has already provided to us access to this methodology, how to evaluate the status of patients in Ukrainian language. And actually, that's very important because for 20 years in Ukraine, we haven't had so many tools that really provide quality evaluation of psychological status of a person that somehow is connected to the previous experience, to some terrible cases, to traumas. So maybe non-productive practices are being applied. A person tries to use drugs, alcohol, some medicine. So a person starts feeling depression, pressure, maybe some other feelings. So we have some risk groups where people could do harm for themselves. Their functionality could deteriorate. So some social processes could be worsened. All those components we are evaluating and make a preliminary conclusion. So each of our providers today, and we have some participants of today's discussion. One of them is our field person, and they will share information how it really works in the field. For each of our clients, we will provide the full protection of their human rights. In our standards, we have a document developed that a person agrees to participate in such study. So each person that participates in our study understands fully the whole range of risks and the whole picture of our study. We do it not because we are afraid of making harm to our clients and customers, but because it's very important to understand everything of all the processes, to have transparency. You know that it's very difficult to touch a soul of other person, because it's always a gift from this person to you. That's why for us it's very important to stick to the ethics of the studies, and we elaborated very good documents and information. We have a great team of lawyers from different international projects. We have a board that controls what we are doing, that we are sticking to the ethics of the study. That's why our project is based both on the evidence and science-based approaches from the one side, then on the other side, on some partnering relations, for example, from the Hopkins University. Also, it's based on the very powerful team, and we are just have our colleagues and partners from the UN Recovery and Peacebuilding program, from the Development Foundation organization. So great team. So we are analyzing the whole process by means of quantity analysis center under umbrella of Wesleyan University, and all this really helps us to be sure that all the data is collected on the evidence-based approach, that we receive correct data and outcomes for these or those things. And I think in future discussion, we will share more information about this project, different perspectives of the project, because really I love my work. I don't want to take much time. That's why I give the floor to other colleagues in order to give them a chance to share information about IT potential of the project, about our innovations that are under implementation, and about the field work, how it really looks in the field. Thanks a lot, dear Marta. Technological aspect is very important in the project. So IT solutions that have been provided by Indima Software Inc. For Vitality Project Donbass is a unique solution for the project that is actually focused on the psychosocial support to the veterans and their families. And I would like to give a floor to Maxim Yablonsky, marketing manager of Indima Software Company, and I would like to ask him to share information about this solution. Why is it unique? Why is it so practical from the technological perspective for people that work in the field? Hi to everyone. Thanks a lot for your invitation. I'm really glad to be here. I would like to tell you more about us, about our company. We have been working on the market for 13 years. For the last 5 years, we have been developing IT sphere. We work on the full cycle development approach. So first of all, we provide consultations. And we are supporting our client up to the release stage, and we have services for post-production service stage. We have 40-person team, and we work very often with Ministry of Digital Education and Digitalization. I would like to ask you to share my presentation. So, where actually, if I am not mistaken, your offices are located in California and Ukraine. Yes, exactly. Our headquarters is in Lviv, and our representative office is in California. Among our clients are so important companies and famous companies as Lviv IT cluster, and maybe, you know, Siemens company also from the neighboring country, and some other countries and clients. We will speak about Vitality project. We had a task to develop a mobile application that would allow psychologists to work in the field. We analyzed thoroughly our audience that is going to use our mobile application, and the key demand is intuitive design. So as work in the field requires simplicity, everything should be simple and intuitive. That's why we collect data of people. All this information is confidential, it's quite confidential. And as Marta has said earlier today, that prior to the test, prior to the screening, each person should sign an agreement form, agreement document. We made a focus on the security of personal information. So we developed 2 databases on 2 separate servers where information is encrypted and transferred to the Wesleyan University. And why it's important to use this mobile application? Because of automatization. All data should be automated. We provided algorithm where we collected information after screening, where timing is important, and when the last screening was made is also taken into consideration, and the next date time is also put in there.
Of course, we speak about the work in the fields, and we do understand that not always you have internet connection, not always you have the access. So that's what we did. All the data at the initial stage are locally stored at your device, and then they are uploaded after you actually get the access to internet. So this gives an opportunity, gives a chance to work in the fields, work at locations directly. So let's go right now to interface of the application. So this is how it looks like, the login screen. So before you actually register, before you go to the system,
пароль та емейл. Вам його може надати тільки провайдер. Завдяки цьому якраз і зберігається секюрність даних, тому що пароль вимагається кожного разу, як ви заходите в додаток. Тобто ніхто посторонній не зможе туди зайти і скачати ваші дані. Після успішного проходження реєстрації ви попадаєте на головний екран. В цьому екрані ви можете побачити кількість ваших клієнтів, кількість зустрічей, їхню дату, перейти детальніше на кожного з них і, власне, роздрукувати та підписати форму згоди. Так виглядає екран, коли ви вибрали опцію «Пройти скринінг». При першій реєстрації вам буде необхідно пройти всі 5 пунктів, щоб чітко побудувати графік. В разі, якщо це вже ваш не перший раз, ви вже проходили попередньо, вам можна буде вибрати одну або декілька тестів. Головний екран, так виглядає результат вашого скринінгу. Всі дані відображаються у вигляді графіку. Зроблено це для того, щоб це було максимально легко і просто переглянути. Також відображається кількість зустрічей та нотатки, які були записані вашим провайдером. Якщо провайдер розуміє, що ситуація дуже серйозна і йому потрібна якась додаткова консультація, він може подати запит на супервізію. Власне, в мене все. Якщо у вас є якісь питання, я з радістю на них дам відповідь.
Я думаю, що вони обов'язково з'являться, але після того, як ми почуємо провайдерів, так, людей, які працюють безпосередньо з цим додатком на місцях, на полях, тому що фактично, що цікавить, я думаю, нашу аудиторію, це яким чином дане технологічне рішення відповідає тому запиту, який мають психологи-практики, які працюють безпосередньо з реципієнтами допомоги. Я думаю, що технічне рішення, я думаю, одна з
So I think the technical solution, one of the key tasks for us in the security context, the sensitive data, of course, but the information that is provided within the framework of this technical solution, it must be fully practical. So we need somehow to use it to make decisions during our work, when we work with a patient. And I think that right now we listen to providers. And first of all, we have the Vitality Project Supervisor, Antoni Melnik, and I'd like to ask him to tell more about the practical implementation of the solution. What problems did you have in your work, and how this approach helps you to solve the problems? Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. So can we have the slides on the screen? The thing is that the supervisory component is defined with the necessity that any work of provider requires not only the physical but psychological efforts as well. In this project, we have the support of provider and certain supervisory sessions, providing the opportunity to restore, rehabilitate your mental and physical health, and be ready to provide high quality social services. And the supervisory work, we already have it at the third stage, so preparing the trainers, training of trainers and the supervision. So the first stage is to train the trainers who are providers of these the support. The second stage is advocacy and awareness raising. And when we already have providers actually providing the psychosocial support to our clients, this is followed by huge tension. We speak about mental tension and physical tension, and of course, people do require certain supervisory support. What is the task of the supervision in this case? To help the trained specialists after the training at initial stage to organize their own workload, organize themselves. This is not that easy because even those providers already have a lot of experience with consultations and therapy and treatment. With many issues, they do stumble upon these issues for the first time, and they require certain psychological support. So the second one is to mitigate the anxiety and to make them feel more confident. This is the subjective factor, I guess, for each of us. This is something we all feel when we underestimate our capacity, our potential in certain new creative activity. And this internal doubt, it must not somehow even minimally be related to your professional activity. And the third, to help with complicated cases, with really difficult cases, to provide support. So on the one hand, we have certain technological support, so the technical support, as we call it, and secondly, we need to help people to solve some individual problems they do have when they perform this activity. And I'd like to stop at the technological innovations for the supervision demand, because a lot was told about how we use the high-tech and the innovative technology, and we managed, our specialists managed, our colleagues managed to establish this clear structure of the algorithm on how to request for the supervision. So the provider's request may directly be drafted at the tablet. There are certain options to send this request, and we also can of course, Martha mentioned that we need to stick to some ethical norms, and certain individual personal data must be held confidential, even when we speak about a provider and supervisor. So I only use the information I need, and certain personal data of the client, I'm not given the data. And what we avoid any errors in interpretation. We avoid this human factor or subjective interpretation of the situation, because in fact, me and provider, we see the same information. I understand what the problem is, and I understand what the problem is of the provider. What supervisory services we may provide? Individual supervisory services via the request, via the tablet. I'll tell you a little bit later about it. You'll understand what that is. And we may have these collective supervision when we have providers gathering at certain time, negotiated in advance, and they discuss problems they may have. We may actually solve certain problems of personal nature, because we all are human beings, and we may have loads and loads of our ordinary problems, routine problems, and it should not in any case be reflected during our professional activity. It should not even go to this professional activity. We try to mitigate these interpersonal relation problems when providers may do have it, and supervisory services related to certain technologies directly related to work with client and so on. Technological innovation for the request, for the supervision request, it's all in the tablet, and you can actually submit it in real-time mode when it's necessary. And it formalizes and structurizes the process of interaction and gives the supervisor full information about the case prior to individual or collective supervision. So I already know what the problem is. What the problem is in the request, and when we already have the supervisory meeting, individual or collective, I already have the full information about the problem that we need to discuss at the meeting. So supervisor gets, so I do get, I get a request at my corporate email, individual request that may be of the provider, or certain case that the provider wants to discuss with me, and how I have already this case in my email, and I can prepare. I can familiarize with the problem before we meet with the provider. So this is a very rational approach. clear, logical approach. It gives us an idea, an algorithm, how supervisors interact with providers, and it gives, of course, a positive impact for service provision, the quality of the service provided by the provider. So this is the logical, this is the logic of this algorithm. Thank you for your attention. Maybe some questions are there. Please, I can see that there's a specificity in the activity of the psychologist practitioner, and we do require this help from supervisors in specific cases. So we have two providers with us. Tetiana Oboyanska, she's a practitioner. She's also involved in the Vitality Project Donbass from Rubizhne. So, Tatiana, please tell us what is your practical experience? Tell us about it and how you use the technologies that today were presented at this panel. Please tell us, does this application allow you, how it helps you to perform your activity? Does it give you the information you can rely on when you go to a next stage of the therapy process? Please do share with us how exactly you do work with this technology, how you use it, and does it actually help you to provide your services? So good afternoon. It's really nice to see you all here today, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to start my speech with the following. Our future, it's in the past. It has its roots in the past and the present even. It's a plan. It's what we call the plan. Without any plan, nothing we can do. So George Lichtenberg said that without plan, nothing works. So is it easy to be a pioneer in a certain project? Well, you know, it's really hard. It's a hard thing. And what is important if you want to provide psychosocial services is to trace the aim, detect the aim. So the key aim of the component is actually to increase the quality of life for a person. And researchers and psychologists taking part in the project, and they work with clients, they actually are involved in this therapy process. And upon the results of their work, they bring the data to the tablet, they enter the data, and in the real mode time, there is an opportunity to evaluate the condition of the patient, of the client. We have a chance to compare the indicators and taking into account the information that we receive to draft an effective strategy to use psychosomatic tools for rehabilitation and recovery, and if it's necessary, or in certain complicated cases, it's really convenient. You just push the button in the tablet for the request. You may get absolutely highly professional support, I mean the supervision, and that's how the process goes. And that's how we individualize the therapy process and psychological impact as well. And quite often, clients, they complain on the following. So they complain that they feel desperate, depressed, that they feel helpless, they feel sad. Sometimes they say that they really want to kill this pain, mental pain, with use of drugs, psychoactive substances, alcohol, or even some suicidal attitudes may be presented. Sometimes we have complaints when there is a lack of contact with other people, lack of connection, and quite often people do feel alone. They feel lonely, that they are losing the sense of life, the very essence of it. And what is really important for psychologists? What is the very important condition? Confidentiality. And also the stabilization and bringing the condition of the patient to the normal one, because this all is a response to certain event, and this is a normal response to abnormal event, abnormal phenomenon. And when we want to understand what is an obstacle and what is a support, to pick the constructive strategy to support the person within this difficult time, mobilization of internal resources and external resources of a human being, this is the key aim. So this is the key aim of this psychological therapy. And how quickly, how fast the client will integrate into civilian life. So it depends on how fast shall this result be provided. I mean, whether we can bring the person to this healthy condition. So we have a trauma, basically living in a body of a person, and a person becomes an expert via the wisdom of one's own body, and the person simply analyzes one's own feelings and impressions via the somatic practices. The person controls the feelings, the person enhances the skills of listening to one's own body, interpreting the signals of the body. And the use of such technological application in a tablet by a psychologist, it actually increases the quality of services. And it's a practical tool. It's really a practical tool which actually complements the practical block, the practical component of the therapy. And it all inspires us to provide better services via use of innovative technology. And I can tell you, sometimes people do ask whether we stick to the plan. Well, we all do make mistakes. We all do it. Thomas Edison once said that out of all 200 lamps which were not functioning, there was something. So all the time he was learning on his own mistakes. We're like pioneers. And we use everything, every error, every mistake as something and something for improvement. And I want to share a case of a real client, how it actually is happening. So how it happens there in real life. I have a client, a lady, and she's an IDP, and she felt that she lost her relatives. She felt this loss. She had some difficulties with employment. She was desperate. She felt that she wasn't normal, and she simply thought that her reactions were not proper. So she was very anxious and had some fear on how to live in this world, how to provide for herself. And with the use of psychosomatic recovery tools, we supported her environment. We brought this feeling of sense of life. We even helped her to become an employed one. She finally found a job, and
І повернулася здатність відчувати радість.
She started to feel again happiness and satisfaction from her life. But I think that's the very essence of work of psychologists. And our body is a miracle. Listen to it. Body has its own internal wisdom. Thank you, Ms. Tatiana. If I understand correctly, I hope next speakers will add something to what I say. Methodology we are speaking about is based on the somatic and psychosomatic methods and principles in terms of developing stress resistance. The tablet application helps to automate and systemize work of psychologists in the field and receive the feedback of the client and receive supervision of supervisors. So by means of it, controlling function is improved and service provided on the quality level and could be monitored in dynamics, especially from the side of the client. I would like to receive a feedback from Tatiana Oboyanska, whether I understand correct or not. Do you see these dynamics when you work with clients by means of this technology? And could you use the data received in order to move to the next stage of your therapy? Yeah, actually, you understood it great, what I have said, and objectivization of this data that we are receiving through screenings, by means of screenings. And also we have possibility to monitor in real time what happens with the clients, whether we move in the correct direction. We have a chance to optimize the impact of our work provided for the client, and possibility to see the general picture, possibility to make some changes in real time is a key thing that we could done through psychological impact and usage of somatic and psychosomatic methods of rehabilitation. Also today with us, thank you very much, Mr. Today with us we have a next provider of the project in Donetsk region, Alexander Klinovsky. Please, the floor is yours. Tell us about some peculiar features of your work in your region, in Donetsk region, and about some specifics of the project provider work, with which issues you work in the context of somatic and psychosomatic methodologies and in the framework of the technological solutions that has been presented today. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to the partners and coordinators for having the possibility to be here and share with you very important information. I would like to divide my presentation into two parts. First of all, it's about working with clients, and second part will be dedicated to the work with mobile applications, and how it helps us to implement somatic component of this rehabilitation. I would like to remind you that, first of all, when we were children, we couldn't speak, and major part of our emotions we presented through our physical feelings. When, for example, pain in our stomach, pain in the chest, something happens in the head. So that's a body language, a language that has been with us from the very beginning and has been implemented by the nature. But when we are growing, when we become adults, we forget about our body. We forget about this body language. In order to renew this contact, psychosomatic methods could be used. Tatiana has already said about requests with which we work from our clients, and I would like to continue this topic, and I hope you will help me to share my screen. I mean that's to the hosts of the Zoom meeting. And during consultation and after consultation, we have different process. Please, could you share my presentation to the audience? Thank you. So now you could see what our clients are speaking about. And these phrases are maybe strange for you, maybe childish, or really obvious answers for the questions, but that's really what adults are speaking about. For them, that's a new experience during the process of communication with their bodies. Also, there is a good good language of remark. I believe, I trust my body. My body knows better than my head what it wants. And our body, it's not the only thing that we use in our work. Our body is a doors to our internal world. You usually know about three doors: our thoughts, our emotions, and our reactions. Reactions could be divided into external and internal. So our activities, that's external reaction, and our internal reaction, that's how our body reacts on some external situations. But very often in our work, the body reactions is the only open door through which we could have a contact with a client. Very often it's seen, especially in our work with the ex-combatants. We could see freezing of thoughts, freezing of feelings regarding traumatic experience that they have experienced. And through those reactions that they feel, we could have a connection with emotions and thoughts of ex-combatants. And that's an example how it could be. So those emotions that we feel in the body, we could express by the word of body language. That's a thermal map that has been developed by researchers from Helsinki. They presented it in their study report. They showed how our emotions are shown in our bodies. That's how we could connect it with our body. We could teach a person to have connection with their emotions, having a contact and connection with their bodies. I would like to speak more about work of a psychologist, how it happens, not only in consultations. And from my personal experience, I know that when you need to transfer, to share some materials to supervisor and discuss the next action plan, and very often it looks like this. There are different issues, different elements of work of a psychologist, that should be discussed and solved. And the more elements we have, the more mistakes could be done. And how it could be done, it's also a problematic issue. When we have one source where everything has been collected, where everything is stored, we know that we will not miss something. Very often we have 3 sources of information. Evaluation of the symptoms, evaluation of the tests. That's what a psychologist has during consultations, and what we receive during supervision. If in the first case we don't know how to share it with supervisor, but from the other side, we could do everything very quickly. If we have this tool, a supervisor could see everything in one source. Everything is structured. Supervisor could be ready and be prepared to discuss all those issues with a psychologist. And maybe need to have anonymous approach, how to share information, how to therapy could be developed, what should be done in this or that case. Thank you very much for your attention. That's all from my side. Thank you. I think that structural information is a very good thing. How it works, how the method works, how application works, it's important. I think that many of our clients have customers have questions regarding somatic and psychosomatic methodologies. And in our second scientific panel, we are going to discuss more this issue, why it's scientifically substantiated, how does it work, and we will have researchers that will share information from different perspectives, why this method is a feasible one. I think if we speak about usage and appliance of the Vitality Project Donbass, it's important to understand that this project could be used not only for rehabilitation and reintegration of ex-combatants, because we have actually different beneficiaries of this therapy, different audience. So it could be IDPs or just residents from the conflict-affected territories. I would like to give a floor to Olga Yakovleva, the Vitality Project Donbass project manager, chairwoman of the board of NGO Development Foundation. Please share with us more information about it. How we could scale up this project. Actually, what is your perspective for its development and scale up and usage? How it could be used in general for different categories of recipients? Thank you. Thank you for giving me an approach how to speak. So may I just take off my mask? I'm sorry, I have this distance. I would like to speak about gratitude. We should start with it, because this project can't be if in 2014, in 2015, Katya Koltso has not arrived here, if I haven't met Marta Pivovarenko. Marta has already worked with Vitaly Korechko, and afterwards, a little bit later, Antoni has joined us. Kingdom of Netherlands started to fund this project. UNDP started and continues comprehensive support of this project. And as of now, we have a product that actually somehow unique one. Why is it unique? Because in the Vitality Donbass project, different approaches are being used. They are combined and give results that could be used for all those conflict-affected persons, not only during the conflict times, but those who suffered from the COVID-19 disease, from emergency situation, from the car accidents, from all those things. That's why I would like to dwell upon the uniqueness of this project. Why is it interesting? First of all, because somatic and psychosomatic methods are being used. When in 2014, it was clear that without psychological support, Ukraine just can't stand more. Many psychologists provided different services, but Katya Koltso arrived, and from that exactly moment, the first training of Katya and Marta was done when they taught how to feel their own bodies. And Vitality Project Donbass, by means of this project, somatic and psychosomatic methodologies were shared with people and residents of Eastern Ukraine, Donetsk and Lugansk regions. As we continue to live this traumatic experience during COVID-19, so we needed to learn to teach people via online services. That's why this 8-day training was developed in such a way that, first of all, to share an idea, and then we didn't leave people without any support. But still now, people have a weekly consultation where, with support of Katya and Marta. Katya and Marta continue to share information, give understanding of the body of a person. I think that in the whole world, that's a popular thing right now. But in Ukraine, unfortunately, it hadn't been so popular as it is now. And now we should use, and we have a chance to use all those resources that each person has. We don't need to buy them. We don't need to get to some faraway point of the world in order to have access to them. It's our own resources. And these projects of psychosocial support, they give these resources, they teach how to use these resources and share this information with the clients, and they could use them further for personal recovery. And that's the first thing. The second thing, why this project is interesting. Yes, of course, it's training. Yes, of course, these are weekly consultations, but also supervision component has been started. And I need to say that actually it was not so easy, because not all those providers of psychosocial support used support of supervisors. Not all people felt that it's necessary. They found some shame in it. They thought that they could do everything by themselves. And this issue that Antoni has started, that showing the way that it's not a shame to go there. You should make this request. You should start discussion, start funding a joint solution. And this supervision support is a typical element of the project that is being continued. In investigation element, study element, I think Marta is the best one to speak about it. I can't say that I know a lot about it, but I didn't hear that there were any researching practices in Ukraine, outcomes of which are being evaluated and processed by universities in USA. And that's why I'm proud to be in this project. The team of the project, the team that is presented here, has been developed since 2014, actually, because Development Foundation has been working since 2014. We have our offices in 14 regions of Ukraine, and when we experience that providers of psychosocial support are people that we can't see personally, but we should have contact with them. And actually, maybe some traditional moments, some might be due to some traditional experts, some traditions, some educational issues. We have been forced to develop the basics of ethics, of ecological standards that would help us to work. How to protect a client, confidentiality of information, understanding of communication between project providers and supervisors, between providers and team members. You know, this maternity feeling, maternity connection, very warm connection of Marta and Katya to the providers, because people are different. People that live on those territories, armed conflict affected territories, people that for those years of ongoing armed conflict, they have seen a lot. And in order not to have re-traumatization, in order to support them, how to do it, how to support those clients living in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, you know, it should be only professionals of high level, of high quality could do it. And another aspect of uniqueness of Vitality Project Donbass is institute of providerness. Just up to now, we have heard about providers only in the internet sphere, internet providers. You know that in our project, we used this term for the first time, provider of the psychosocial support. Who is such provider? Of course, we developed some indicators. We developed some characteristics of those participants of the project that continue to be with this project together with us. But not all of them are psychologists and psychotherapists. And the main goal of psychosocial support is to become a professional that could support not only with first psychological aid, but a person who could foster a person for further self-support, self-development. Our providers provide to the clients a coping strategy that includes not only understanding of their own bodies, but also we have heard today an example of Tatiana Oboyanska, when a person, a female client, came into her for support. Afterwards, she found a work. So, and that's one of the examples. We started our roundtable with words about veterans, that veterans should come back to the real life, to the civil life, with all this experience from the military conflict, from the art conflict. But these veterans should know how to perceive, how to accept the civil life, and communities should know how to accept these veterans. And our providers teach these skills. And one of the uniqueness elements of this project is another thing. Vitali runs Zoom sessions. That's an element that helps all people all over Ukraine to find a joint topic and to understand each other. We speak here about social consultations, how these or those problematic issues are being solved in different regions of Ukraine, and how we could share our experience. And of course, just to wrap up, I really hope that during our project, Institute of Providerness of Psychosocial Support in Ukraine will develop. So not only we will be teachers or professionals in the sphere, but we will have other specialists. We really hope that those technologies that are being developed in this project, that have been already developed, that they will be used in Ukraine. And I'm proud of participation in this project. And I need to say that this project will be announced not only in Ukraine, but it will be heard all over the world.
Thank you, Ms. Olga. I'd like to say to all our viewers, please ask your questions on Facebook page. within the post or in Zoom, in chat, if you actually watch the stream, please ask if something is interesting for you. Please ask something related, everything related to Vitality Project Donbass. Ask anything regarding these technical solutions and the methodology that we use. So personally, I'm interested, of course, in the issue related to use of application of this solution by different projects, because today we heard about the use of this project for psychosocial reintegration of ex-combatants. We heard that this solution, that it may be used for IDPs, but basically for the conflict-affected population in general. So right now, the organizations are watching us, tackling other categories of society. They may have other needs, post-traumatic needs, but not necessarily related to this specific issue. So please tell us about the opportunities of the solution application in different areas when we need to enhance the stress resistance. But when we speak about various categories of recipients, so how can we scale the project up? So can we actually expand it in certain ways? So Vitaly Harechko, specialist on project advocacy and NGO Development Foundation. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start with the following. So I'd like to express my gratitude to our partners, those people who support us, and organizations supporting our projects, and organizations supporting the veterans. So we speak about the psychosocial area as well. This is one of the areas that today is supported by the UNRPP quite actively. So our project, the Vitality Project Donbass, was also funded by the Dutch government, and today's event, we can say that this is a very a wonderful manifestation of this support, the support of the European Union being involved in these processes for quite a long time. And we have a chance to gather today the authorized representatives, those who bear responsibility for the rehabilitation in Ukraine. And I will talk about this in my speech, and I'll try to answer your question as well. I'm so grateful also to our representatives, the representatives of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and the Ministry of Interior, National Health Service, Ministry of Health, and we also will have them in the next panel. I'm really grateful for them for this contribution, for their efforts, and we have a chance to develop this strategy of support, which will provide certain results, which will be productive and productive for the veterans. Firstly, about the model, each ministry, each of today's representatives, well, all of them, they do know better the needs of their target audiences, let's say, and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, Ministry of Health, and other ministries, they understand it better. They understand it better. Even I can't say that we maybe fully perceive the information and interpret it in a proper way. So we have today's event to actually get this opportunity finally to compare our opinions, our ideas, and how to provide the most effective support to veterans. And we must understand that we have experience, we have American experience, and we have experience of the WHO. Today it will be presented, and I think that one of the best ways to use it is, I guess, to use the best components already used by American colleagues, the WHO, we need to implement it in Ukraine already, starting from 2020, starting from December. We already launched this set of roundtables and meetings with American colleagues, with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior. So certain communication process is already there, and we started exchanging the experience on various system establishment. During the third panel, our colleagues will share their visions, what they already have, their achievements. We speak about the transition from the military service to the civilian life, and Vitality Project Donbass is one of the components. It's one of the components of this transition, and the psychosocial support as well. When we speak about the use of project, Vitality Project Donbass, we firstly must understand that psychosocial support, on the one hand, we actually focus on the tablet, on the software, on the application, what was mentioned by Maxim and my colleagues, supervisors. But without people, it will never work. So it's really important to select highly professional providers of psychosocial support. So firstly, we selected 47 providers with relevant experience. And our American colleagues transferred the knowledge via trainings. For more than 6 months already, we have the follow-up, the support of our providers, and providers got their tablets. And we actually designed the application they use right now. And all the data collected by the application go to the server, being stored there, and our sociologists and our researchers in real-time mode have a chance to observe, observe what's happening, what providers are actually doing. They may respond and address the situation, respond or support, provide some help, and providers have this direct connection, and they may actually check if everything goes well. And the data which are collected, of course, it's very important for researchers. And how can we use it? The next stage, when we already collect the data are sent, in our case, in our project, to Quantitative Analysis Center of Wesleyan University. And they have a chance to carry out very thorough analysis of the information according to our request. If we want to monitor something in a specific location in a region and actually check the process, in the center they can actually analyze it. And for us, there is a chance to address the results, and we can correct something, we can respond in real-time mode, I can say. This is a very important tool. This approach is quite important, where we have supervisors, where we have the supervisory support, and where we have the tablet and the application. And during the pandemic, it's really important.
Перепрошую, якщо далеко мікрофон.
So within the times of pandemic, this is really, really important. So the analysis, the interpretation of such data, where we have the chance actually with this interpretation analysis to make decisions and also evaluate when we have a new methodology entering the market, new support methodology or therapy methodology. This approach allows us to quickly assess its efficiency. And how can we actually extend it, extend the coverage? Well, we have this approach of we have the psychosomatic methodology, yes, used by the providers of psychosocial support, and we already collect. I think Marta and Katya will tell us more about it in the third panel. So they will tell us what can be collected and interpreted, and we can see right now that this approach is actually very efficient. It's really working. And each of the organization, ministry, or any other stakeholder like the company, or even the healthcare facility, they may already use the model. They may adapt it to their needs, to their requests, because starting from December, or by December 2021, if the UN RPP plans to develop this area, they may actually continue the funding of this project, and at the next stage, we'll have a chance, finally, to work with these requests. So today, we have a chance to communicate with the Ministry of Health and with other ministries as well, with WHO, with other organizations, and we may actually use their requests at the next stages. So we have all these opportunities to extend the coverage. The model of the project is quite adaptive and flexible, and it's of course it's very well structured, but each ministry knows its needs better, the needs of the target audience, the needs of the clients. They may use this model in their support system, support provided to their clients. Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you. I think that today we've heard a lot about the solution that was offered, and during the next panel, we'll have this discussion, by the way, regarding the scientific component, theoretical backbone of somatic and psychosomatic methodology, and discuss the justification, well, basically, how justified these scientific approaches. I mean, the use of this methodology for conflict-affected population and ex-combatants. I'm so grateful to speakers for today's very detailed presentation of the model, Vitality Project Donbass, and right now we'll have a pause, a small break for 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes we'll see each other again for another discussion. We'll have the following panel. We will speak about the scientifically justified approach while selecting the best practices of psychosocial support. Thank you.
Ще раз усіх вітаю на нашій наступній
So,
панелі.
ladies and gentlemen, scientific panels, scientifically substantiated approach in selecting the best practices of psychosocial care. So, what we would like to discuss right now at this panel, actually what to study. So, the use of this methodology that we talk about, the use of this scientifically substantiated approaches for the rehabilitation of ex-combatants and conflict-affected populations. So we have Michael Roth, president of Wesleyan University, USA. We have Katya Koltso, the Vitality Project Donbass principal researcher in the US, PhD in Somatics, director of Wesleyan University, Albritton Center, and associate professor of dance, co-faculty member of the College of the Environment, Environmental Studies in Russian, East European, and Eurasian Studies programs at Wesleyan University. Lorraine Mishuk, CEO, managing clinician, Maximize Human Capabilities from Canada. Marta Pivovarenko, the Vitality Project Donbass principal researcher in Ukraine. And we have Olga Huzhva, the Vitality Project Donbass sociologist, editor-in-chief of the International Social Science publication SCS Journal, co-founder of the Consortium of Veterans Organizations of the East. And the first one who will open the panel will be Michael Roth, the president of Wesleyan University. Michael Roth has already become the 16th president in 2007. Michael Roth is an author and researcher, so he is a leader in the promotion of the liberalized education. So together with the POSE Fund, he created a program for the military veterans, and he invited the officers, the retired officers, to become teachers at the Wesleyan University to expand the potential of the campus and to take measures to bridge this gap. Also, the Albritton Center was opened at the university, and the center supports the development of NGOs tackling the key social problems. So, Mr. Roth, do tell us about the key achievements that you have in the Wesleyan University related to psychosocial support to ex-combatants and conflict-affected population. We speak about the Eastern Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today. And my task is a simple one. It's really to express support for my colleagues doing this really vital work and to say just a couple of words about why it is so important. As you just heard, I'm a president of a university and I've done a fair amount of writing on the importance of a broad liberal education that teaches people not what to think, but how to think and how to have resources for learning throughout the rest of their lives. One of the weaknesses of this great tradition, a tradition I support, one of the weaknesses of this tradition is it sometimes isolates the university and its academic constituents from civil society. And universities can only prosper, inquiry and education can only thrive when the civic environment around the universities is healthy. And so we at Wesleyan University, led by Katja Kolcho there, who's with us this morning, we are dedicated to creating strong relationships with civic organizations to foster engagement in public life so as to improve the community in which we live and thereby improving our own university's practices. The commitment to democratic principles requires a strong civic society. It's so vital that we find ways in the United States and other places around the world. It is so vital that we find ways to restore trust in our ability to govern ourselves. It's so vital that we restore civic health to communities that have been battered by economic dislocation, military threat, or ongoing violence. Through somatics, which is combined with practices of critical and creative thinking and practices of engagement, through somatics, we are able to both build resilience and identify areas of engagement where we need to do more to foster the health and the reconciliation of communities with their various members. Somatics is an approach that fosters resilience, engagement, critical thinking, and creativity, and always focusing on the relationship between the mind and the body. I'm a historian. For most of my life, I've been worrying about ideas and thinking and how we can think our way out of problems. What our panelists today know and what we've seen at Wesleyan, and I'm sure what you're seeing there in Ukraine, is that thinking is vital, but it's not enough. That through somatics, through identifying the mind-body relationships that we need to improve and create in a more healthy ecosystem, we build resilience, creativity, and the ability to address the problems around us, as well as the ability to find joy in the process of addressing those problems. It's really a pleasure for me to support this work at Wesleyan University and in Ukraine through this program. I salute those who are doing the hard work. I wish you all the best as you continue this exploration and learn how to improve our practices while at the same time building resilient, creative, and healthier communities. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пане Рот.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Our next speaker is Katja Kolcho, PhD in somatics of Wesleyan University in USA. As Katja, somatic methodologies have played an important role in the project. Please share more information about it. How did they influence on implementation of your project and how they are being used actually?
Пані Катю, вас не чути. Ввімкніть, будь ласка, мікрофон.
Unfortunately, we don't hear you. Please turn on your mic.
I'm terribly sorry. Is it, can you hear me? My mic is off?
Так, так.
Okay. I thank you for your presence, your attention, and for sharing your valuable time with us. I thank my partners in Ukraine and am very honored to be part of this important work. First, I'd like to begin by stating the fact that supporting and building the psychosocial resilience and integration of those impacted by the current conflict in Ukraine is the most important step towards social and economic stability and security in our future. Investing in people is the #1 priority in ensuring our future, which depends on the vitality, engagement, sense of belonging, and personal value, and creative energies of each person in public life. Now I'll talk more specifically to this program, the Vitality Project Donbass, and the methods upon which it is based, which connect physical with psychosocial health, and more importantly, connect personal wellness with social connection and integration into public life. Somatics is the methodology that works with the connection between the mind and the body, the combined psychological and physical aspects of health. Any experience of trauma or prolonged stress impacts one's mental and physical state. Somatic methods that combine physical activity with reflection are therefore among the most effective in the treatment and recovery from trauma. Дозвольте мені коротко продемонструвати.
I would like to show you in a nutshell.
Зараз відведіть свій погляд від екрану.
Now, please move your sight from the screens.
Та зверніть увагу на
Pay your attention. Unfortunately, the interpreter can't hear the last word.
на ваше оточення.
Please pay your attention to what surrounds you.
Зробіть глибокий вдих та видих.
Make a deep breath in and breath out.
Помічайте рух у своєму тілі,
Pay
коли
attention to the movements of your body.
зробіть це ще один вдих.
Make one more breath in.
І зауважте, що
And pay attention. Unfortunately, there is a problem with technical connection. Interpreter can't hear.
І зауважте, що для
And
того, щоб повноцінно вдихнути,
pay attention that in order to breathe in fully,
ви повинні
you
відчуватися,
should feel
ви повинні відчуватися у безпеці.
you should feel being secured in safety.
Тепер уявіть
Now imagine unfortunately problems with connection.
Уявіть стресову ситуацію.
Imagine stressful situation.
І знову вдихніть.
And again breathe in.
Чи ви помітили будь-якісь зв'язки
Did you monitor or feel any connections between these breathes in?
як ви вдихаєте та
How do you breathe in and breathe out?
вашим відчуттям безпеки?
And between your breathing in and your feeling of security.
Та комфорту в цей момент.
And you're feeling comfort within this moment.
Навіть під час дихання
Even during the breathing process,
ми можемо спостерігати,
we could monitor
як,
or
як досвід відчуття безпеки
how experience of feeling safe
є одночасно психологічним
is
та
at the same on the psychological level and physical level.
Finish with one last deep breath and feel your body. I will show us, if time allows us, I will show a short video to demonstrate the work later in the panel. Although trauma affects a large number of people around the world, mental health care is inhibited by barriers including stigma, cost, and education. Somatic methods, which work with the physical manifestations of trauma, address each of these barriers. Some of the benefits of somatic methods, and if you have a slide to show, I submitted a slide, you could display that slide at this moment, but I'll read directly from it. Some of the benefits of somatic methods, its effects are immediately apparent. Somatic methods focus on wellness rather than problems. The focus on physical and anatomical principles feels safe and comfortable and bypass the stigma associated with some other psychological treatments. It is at once fun and meaningful. Somatics works well in conjunction with all other forms of treatment. Somatic methods are easily modified to fit specific contexts. These methods are easily learned and can be practiced individually once formal treatment ends. The side effects are only positive and encompass both a person's individual health and their ability to connect socially. As incidents of trauma have risen in the US, psychologists and mental health experts have turned towards somatics. These methods are presently incorporated in nearly all psychosocial and mental health contexts in the US. Leading researcher Bessel van der Kolk has established psychological and medical impacts of body-based somatic methods on mental health and in the context of trauma in clinical studies at Harvard University in Boston. But this Vitality project is the first long-term evidence-based research study developed and applied in context in Donbas, Ukraine. Ukraine is leading this research. The Quantitative Analysis Laboratory at Wesleyan University is working with the Development Foundation and INDEMA to analyze the data to establish best practices and impact. Our multi-level modeling analysis, controlling for many variables to determine not only whether it works, but how, when, and for whom. The data collected in Ukraine will be evaluated for both individual and civic impact, reflecting the holistic approach of somatics, where individual and social health are considered integrally connected. The systemic analysis will help us understand what the impact of somatic methods are generally. It will also help us understand more specifically whether various factors impact the effect of the methods. Some of the factors we have included in our data collection include length of exposure to conflict, living context, whether one is in an urban or rural setting, what the community and social networks are, specific family circumstances and work circumstances. These indicators were crafted in cooperation with advisement by providers in the Donbas area and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs in Ukraine. They are context specific. This scientific analysis, combined with the more qualitative assessment we generate with the help of those working in Donbas, will be a major contribution to the international dialogue, understanding, and treatment of mental health. But most important and immediate are the practical effects of our project. We've trained dozens of providers working in Donbas who have each incorporated somatic methods into their existing practices with their clients. They, in turn, work with numerous individuals and groups throughout the Donbas region. I thank you for your attention.
Спершу видається, що вони танцюють, розбилися на пари і, вдивляючись у партнера, віддзеркалюють рухи одне одного.
Що ж я працюю?
Насправді, це не танець, терапія. Такі вправи спроможні вивести людину зі стресового стану. Доведено, методика ефективна в умовах бойового стресу на війні. Допомагає подолати напади паніки, заспокоїтись і зосередитись. А коли боєць повертається у мирне життя, пом'якшує посттравматичний стресовий розлад, пришвидшує психологічну реабілітацію.
Дихання стає легшим, і з легшим диханням травма пом'якшується.
Як це працює, інструкторка з Америки пояснює колегам, військовим психологам на прикладі простих дихальних практик. Кожен знає, ми дихаємо глибоко лише тоді, коли почуваємось у безпеці. В разі ж стресу дихання стає поверховим та уривчастим. Емоційний стан прямо впливає на тілесні прояви. І так само в зворотному напрямку. Через тіло можна впливати на психіку. Робимо глибокий вдих і тим самим даємо команду емоціям влягтися.
Психологічна травма зачіпає однаково і розум, і тіло. Тому будь-який травматичний досвід впливає на ваші емоції, але так само позначається і на стані вашого фізичного тіла. Моя практика доводить, що в багатьох чи навіть у більшості випадків працювати з тілесними проявами стресу дуже ефективно.
Дослідники твердять, пам'ять про стрес закарбовується в м'язах, і працюючи з тілом можна успішно долати психологічну травму. Ці методи сьогодні беруть на озброєння і українські військові психологи.
Я це практикую на сьогоднішній день. Це був досить цікавий досвід, і це дійсно допомагає.
Це чудові вправи, і я десь внутрішньо вже сама би хотіла працювати в темі тілесно-орієнтованої терапії. Це має колосальний ефект.
Українсько-американська команда вже навчила працювати за цією методою 60 військових психологів. Соматичні методи, які широко застосовуються у США, поступово завойовують популярність в Україні, підвищуючи стійкість військовослужбовців до стресу.
Цей метод, саме соматичний, набагато більш дієвий, коли ми працюємо з тим накопиченим хронічним стресом, який переживають військові, тому що служать довго і дуже часто не є ротація нормально. І вони, відповідно, перебувають в зоні активних бойових дій довше, аніж потрібно.
Руслан Дениченко, Оксана Лігостова для «Голосу Америки», Київ.
Дякую, пані Катю.
Thank you, Ms. Katya. Thank you for so detailed explanation of the methods that are being used in the project without the project Donbass. It's very interesting to listen to the next speaker, Ms. Lorraine Mishuk, who is the CEO and managing clinician of the Maximize Human Capabilities clinics. Ms. Lorraine, please tell us more about your methods that you are using for psychosocial support, and if you use somatic and psychosomatic methodologies, please also touch upon it. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and participate in this event. I'm in Canada, and I'm a person from Canadian diaspora. I would like to share my slides. I would like to share my screen.
Добре. Oshani, can you see my slides or not yet?
We could see your slide.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, good. Добре, нехай я почну. I'm going to speak in English just because of, so that I don't make errors with grammar or technical terms. I've been an occupational therapist for 30 plus years. Occupational therapy is new to Ukraine. I understand that you've had your first graduates this past year, and they will be embarking on new challenges and with where they will require additional training and experience and mentorship to be able to work with individuals with complex multiple trauma. This often involves specialized assessments, what we term functional capacity evaluations, where we look at the entire person in context in terms of their physical ability, their cognitive ability, their psychosocial perspectives, in addition to their belief systems in terms of their belief in whether they are able to partake in work, in home, in the community, in order to, and so we look at assessing and treating these areas in order to facilitate them to be able to return to what we call new normal living. And so these are more common practices in Canada, the US, Australia, Europe, and I'm very excited as an occupational therapist that this will now be beginning in Ukraine as well. So just to first look at the brevity of the challenges. So whether you have a physical injury of gradual onset or a catastrophic injury, a physical trauma will result in life-changing experiences. This will affect your ability to work, your ability to maintain your roles at home in terms of a husband, a wife, a mother, care provider, looking after your family with preparing meals, looking after your home, your yard. And it's very common. We're learning this. Research tells us this. Experience tells us this, that it's natural for the body to experience a stress-like response following a physical trauma. Often this resolves, but it's actually more common than we realize that these components persist and can lead to mental health challenges such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. The World Health Organization has provided us guidelines to be able to address these challenges so that the mental health impacts are not long-standing. Just so we can see the brevity of this, these are Canadian statistics published in I believe it's 2008, regarding trauma experiences and the percentages. So you'll see that if you're in a motor vehicle accident, the percentage of individuals that will experience PTSD. If you've witnessed someone badly injured or killed, then the percentages are even higher, 41% in men, 23% in women, likely higher in men because of in combat zones where it's a higher percentage of men versus women. But even being involved in a serious work accident, exposure to chemicals, domestic violence, there's unfortunately many avenues by which we experience trauma. So there's a normal recovery process in trauma where there's the initial cognitive changes, the arousal reactivity or intrusions will gradually decrease over time, and the individual will no longer be triggered. However, there are instances where individuals do not recover and the experience ongoing persistence of aggression, substance use, self-harm, emotional challenges, and they tend to experience a lot of somatic complaints, and unfortunately, this persists. So the research, I always look to the research. What does the research tell us? And so the research tells us that the psychotherapeutic interventions are the most effective, and it is the somatic treatments, as Katya, thank you for giving us the currency in terms of the Donbass project, are the most empirically supported. And so components such as exposure therapy, EMDR or eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, cognitive processing therapy are superior supportive interventions, pardon me. You'll notice that what you don't see on here are medication, because the research is telling us that medication is not effective. Now, the complexity continues because there's also chronic pain. And so with a traumatic injury, it's not just the emotional component, it's also the physical component that results in ongoing pain. And so regardless of how chronic pain occurs, whether that's in a combat zone or with whatever physical injury, chronic pain itself will affect an individual's life, becomes all-encompassing, becomes very challenging for individuals to be able to work, be able to function in their homes in terms of their roles, again, as looking after their families. Mental health challenges are paramount in terms of depression, anxiety. There'll be a lot of behavioral changes that we'll see. And so looking at the research on PTSD and chronic pain combined, the prevalence, unfortunately, is significantly higher. And so you'll see individuals that are first engaging in PTSD treatment have a very high prevalence of chronic pain, and also the other way around. You'll see that PTSD is high with motor vehicle accidents, burn patients. 50 to 80% of military veterans and volunteer fighter fighters experience PTSD. This was a 2009 study. Widespread pain associated with PTSD symptoms often will lead to central desensitization challenges, so things like irritable bowel or fibromyalgia. So individuals will be 3 times more likely to develop these types of long-term pain conditions. So what does this look like? What does this mean? So because I'm a clinician and I work with clients, have I seen this? Yes. And it's very challenging. They have a greater level of functional disability in terms of being able to manage at home. For example, I met with a woman yesterday. I'm doing now with COVID, we're assessing more on a virtual platform. So I'm doing a virtual cognitive functional capacity evaluation. I did an interview with her earlier last week, and then yesterday I did my assessment, and I'll be assessing her again later today. And so her condition is with neck and back, and as well as PTSD. The PTSD wasn't well known because all of the treatment has focused on her neck and back. She also sustained a concussion from a motor vehicle accident. And so she's been attending all physical-based treatment. So physiotherapy, physicians, specialists, medication. It's been 2 years, and she is not able to work. She's a teacher. She has 3 children. She struggles in the home. So when I met her on interview, I wanted to first hear her story. It's one thing to look at the medical information. It's more important to hear their story in terms of how they're being affected and what is their life like. One of the most therapeutic factors is empathy, being able to listen and try to understand as if you're in that person's shoes. And so I'm listening to her challenges, and then it became apparent that she's a single parent. And so I asked her how long this has been. And so she indicated that it was 11 years ago that she had to leave, and she left with the children. And so right away, that triggered my brain to say, yes, this is a very emotional, traumatic event. Her twin girls were 2 years of age at the time, and her son would have been about 5 or 6. And so this emotional trauma that she continues to live, her ex-husband has minimal to no involvement with the children, which then adds an additional dimension. And so being sensitive to all of these components is very important. And so a lot of her challenges are not just in terms of symptom, but it's to do with concentration, memory, brain fog is very common with where you just can't concentrate. Your information processing is compromised. And so the analgesics are not helpful. We need to move into the next level. And this is what I'm asked to do, is to then provide recommendations on what to do. What I did with her at the end of yesterday's 4-hour session, her pain level was significantly increasing, her ability to concentrate. I have her rate, her cognitive fatigue, her dizziness, because that's one of her symptoms that she has with a concussion. We did deep breathing, 10 repetitions of belly breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, with pursed lips, as that stimulates the vagus nerve. 10 repetitions is all it took. And she commented, says, yes, this feels a lot better. And so teaching these types of techniques to be incorporated in their daily life. And so this PTSD and chronic pain, we look at it as an interruption of the normal recovery process. So it's a stalling of what normally happens. And so that's where the intervention process is focused on that the nervous system. Think of it as one nervous system, that where the somatic treatments focus. And we look at doing both what I call a top-down and a bottom-up approach. So not just all thinking in terms of cognitive behavioral therapy, but also the bottom-up approach in terms of mindfulness, meditation, yoga, somatic treatments, as we already commented on. And so now, how do we move forward? So the term that's often used here is behavior activation. So gradually increasing activity to which exposes them, it will expose to their symptoms, but gradual exposure with success experience so that they're able to gradually increase their activity tolerance and eventually be able to resume their roles at home and return to work. I bring this slide, your attention to this slide. This was a study done in the US at Harvard with veterans from the US, where they looked at their constellation of symptoms, and there's a high prevalence of chronic pain symptoms, PTSD, and also TBI, so traumatic brain injury with post-concussive symptoms. And 42.1% have all three. So this just really shows the complexity of the problem, but not impossible with a multidisciplinary approach. And so, so rehabilitation is my expertise, not just looking at physical disability, but what I refer to as the invisible disability, where we'll see this with mental health, with chronic pain, and with post-concussive or any form of TBI. So the occupational therapist, our model, our frame of reference is to look at the whole person. I draw your attention to the bottom of the slide where you'll see a circle of 4 components. And what I use this with my clients for them to gain an understanding of how our bodies work. One component is physical, one is our psychosocial, the third is cognitive, and the fourth is our spirit, what we call our spirituality, or I refer to this as our belief system, our values. Do we believe in a higher power? Do we believe, what is our self-efficacy? Do we believe that we can overcome our current challenges? make up the components of the wheel. And when all four are working, the wheel turns smoothly and life goes on. We're able to work and function in the community and with our families. When any one of those components are affected, they will affect all the others. The wheel may still turn, however, not in a smooth pattern. And so that's where intervention in all areas, so that individuals can function again at work, in their families, and in the community. The World Health Organization brings this into context for us with their international classification of function. And so I just bring this slide to just to be able to demonstrate that attention. So I end with, it's currently occupational therapy. I think it's occupational therapy week or occupational therapy month in the UK. It's different times across the world. And so the occupational therapy hub is out of the UK. And I really, this image really resonates because it shows how we do both physical and mental health and that psychosocial needs in order to address our clients. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Лорейн, за ґрунтовну
Thank you,
презентацію.
Ms. Lorraine, for your wonderful presentation and detailed one. So, actually, from two speakers, we already got found out of very different models. So those models involving issues, we saw different perspectives, different ideas. The following speaker, Marta Pivovarenko, I'd like to ask you, Ms. Marta, the model used in US, and we heard about the model actually that they use in Canada. What is the difference from the Ukrainian model? So tell us, please. Thank you for the question. Thank you so much. Truly, there is a huge difference between these models, and I'd like my colleagues to bring the slides, and my colleagues will definitely help me to show you what basically the key difference is. I want to start with the following, by saying that in our country, the system of we still have this, we still are in the post-Soviet period. We do understand it perfectly where we are. So when we say when we tell that we need to prioritize the support, so this triangle, this WHO, this is their principle that they use to support, but in our case, it's upside down. So we have 100% of support, psychiatric support. In cases when person already recognizes, feels the symptoms and cannot overcome it independently because we do not have the systemic services and the support is provided in a chaotic way by separate NGOs, and there's no unified national approach to the psychology, that first psychology, psychiatry, next. So we still don't have it. We actually recognize people as those who didn't cope with, and they go to special facilities. And we also speak about the consequences of traumatic experience. So a person had no reason to become sick. There were no prerequisites for it. But unfortunately, a certain event happened, some external factors were there, and the person simply was watching all those horrible things during the conflict while being deployed, and there is no restoration, there is no recovery, which potentially could have been there. So we not talk about 100% of the clients, but just the percentage that we have in the whole world, those who suffer from this chronic symptom or chronic symptoms, any kind of disease, firstly gives us a signal in the body, something's wrong, something's wrong. And if we do not respond to the signal, we just lie down and it becomes chronic, and then this disease is troubling us from time to time, and all the processes, just like psychological, it's all the same. In our country, we have this kind of situation. So at the previous stages, in US, they start with advocacy, and in the EU, they took this commitment, they prioritized. Right now, the pharmaceutical companies are not the leaders anymore in the research area. So they say that in humanitarian conditions, we may have like a set of problems which may arise due to stress, chronic stress, traumatic stress. It's not just the post-traumatic stress, but epilepsy. We know very little about it. Not many of us even saw it elsewhere, the cases, I mean, and we do think that this is like something that should be out there. But our country is facing these circumstances. We are in these conditions, and for some people, it's really hard. Their health is damaged. They are isolated from their communities. And this will be enough. This will be enough already to become a threat to each of us. If we don't respond to that, this is not an issue of humanity. This is not an issue of humanity. This is an issue of safety, even. And it's not the question. It's not a question. Of course, the person who has undergone these horrible events, it's not the person, but the society is responding in a proper way. It's really hard to come through these anti-humane, events. We have social interventions when we talk about this triangle. First, psychological aid, if you use the American model. And at the stage of awareness raising, a stage of informing, 100% of population, 100% of people must understand what may happen if you undergo a certain event like a fire. If you even observe a fire, it's not always a military conflict, but we understand that the audience of this specific audience, those people who live under shelling, their bodies respond. Even their lungs vibrate when they hear the shots. So we must understand how it affects the body. Globally, well, I was trained at Yale University at the psychology. They have the psychology chair. So 100% of people, they require psychological support, and only a small share of people supported the previous stages may require later additional, like pharmaceutical treatment, but they prioritize the initial stages. The first psychological aid is already there. It's in our mentality already. We understand that first psychological support is a must-have. First psychological aid during any incident, it must be there. In the ex-combatant community, they use this definition. They understand what that is. The only thing that we do not have this protocol for the first psychological aid for those who perform their duties like they have it in the US, as Vladimir mentioned, not only for military it works, by the way, but for firemen and other similar professions, but also the first level of aid, psychological aid, is completed, almost completed. Starting from 2014, we finally are there. We recognize that we need this, and it's already in our life, in our healthcare. And when we talk about the psychological recovery means, nobody knows what that is in our country. The WHO, in the MAGICAP protocol, actually implements these interventions, and the US and the National PTSD Center tells that psychological recovery means, this is a very important stage for us not to aggravate the condition. When we talk about the manifestation of symptoms starting from 6 months and longer, we need to use these means, apply these means. This is not psychotherapy, no. We still have some space prior to psychotherapy, then specific interventions, psychotherapeutic impact. When a person did not cope and did not recover, then we need it. And it's better to do it this way instead of aggravating, because our system, the system that we have, and which actually is working, so the veteran may go to a mental facility. This is the only thing that functions properly, unfortunately, and start recovering there. Quite often such treatment again brings us to another cycle of treatment in the mental facility. This is horrible. So when we speak about scientifically justified approach, first factor, we did not have this component in our country. This is something we implement, and we encourage you to join the process. I do think that later the representative WHO from Geneva office will tell us more about the mental health needs at a global level. And at the global level, and this is a global statistics, we still do not have enough psychiatrists, only 1% of specialists, which may satisfy the needs. And it means that we need to train. We need to train specialists of other levels, those who come to us directly, those who come to facilities. You have pain, where would you go? You'll go to your family doctor. Well, because you understand that you need to do it. So it means that the door for the client, this is the door for the client, okay? We must be there and we must support the person at the stage when the person is capable of asking for help. If we will try as we did it in 2014, one psychiatrist told me, okay, when people from Maidan, when they feel sick, they'll come to me from the mental facility. We should get rid of this system. We must be very close. We must approach our clients. We must give no chance. We must eliminate all the chances. If we feel that there is stigma, discomfort, fear concerning the treatment, we must do it in such a way at the entry point, at the door, to meet the person and give an opportunity, like even to, if a person is disabled, to come on the wheelchair, because nobody will come for the help.
Максимально відкриті і максимально близькі. Якщо ми
So
зробимо
the door should be closed at the maximum level, should be closed and open at the maximum level. If that happens all over the world, then maybe situation will change a little bit. So our system in general, in taking into consideration what has been done by the Development Foundation since 2014, so we are doing and we are thinking that such people, such providers should be taught. That's the first thing. Second, there should be studies about psychosocial support, and they should be monitored and reviewed. What have been done in our project? First of all, we made a short list of the specialists that have been working in Donbas region since 2014, having not only a psychiatric base, so all of them have professional education. It means that our state has already authorized them to do such work. And secondly, we provided to them information about this method. But we didn't stop on this 8-day training, because usually in Ukraine it happens like this: training, and then please go on the field and do what you want. But it's normal when people forget about some information, maybe misunderstand something, engage other methods in this methodology, and by means of it change the structure and essence of the psychosocial support, and it becomes ineffective. And that's why we have a daily consultation approach. We work with a group of people, how it works in the field, how each client having a specific number of consultations, how he or she recovered. So, and further, we understand that 7 sessions is not enough. We understand that it should be an independent case approach. A long-term intervention should be needed in some cases, like Lauren has said that sometimes it should be done for 2 years. And then, okay, that's correct. It means that the pain is so intensive that a person needs such a long-term support, and from other specialists also. And for example, if I look at the tablet data, and that's an anonymous data, and I could see their depression symptoms on the very low level, that's the only indicator with which you work for this client. Why you engaged this client into therapy? Why did the state, did the UN pay money for this client who doesn't need any other need apart of to speak about and to talk? And provider tells me about it, because when we evaluate how this project uses or not, If we evaluate it, if we do it on the state level, we could save money. We understand that each person, even psychiatrist would like to earn money. But this person is ready to help to everybody. But this support, this help should be a systematic one, should be done for so much times as it's needed. When it's not needed, you should not do this work. Don't engage a person into the work, into the consultations. Provide to this person other services. Direct this person into other approaches, into other services. Maybe a person needs to find a work, to go to the employment center. This targeted support is very important. You know that medical reform has been focused, first of all, on the pressure, on the burden of a doctor. And this burden should be a normal one, not too small, not too high. And if a person has such consultations only once per year, then this person lacks necessary skills, loses necessary skills. We know the mortality of the newborns in Ukraine, it's too high. And we speak about the normal burden over the doctors. If a person has less than 20 consultations per month, it means that a person loses their skills. They doesn't know how to run consultations, how to have group meetings. A person starts forgetting how to do it. If a person has more than 100 consultations per month, we could understand that this part of consultation, that this number of consultation is too much. It will be burning out in the work. This person will not have time for supervision because the person would seem that supervision is not for her. And we know that all this traumatic experience impacts also on some cancer diseases, on other things. We know a lot of studies from the 11th September in New York. And the studies say that this trauma has a circle. It could be transferred to other people. Those people who help really in real time could take some traumatic experience into them. And this pain, this feeling of guilt, if these persons can't estimate their own level of work, that's complicated. We consider this thing, this element, what could be received on the level of the first psychological aid, and WHO just translated into Ukrainian language important document of this organization about first psychological aid. And sometimes these things of support could be very simple, but ask yourself a question. A person that sometimes feels it's difficult to wake up, to stand from their bed, could such person do something more complicated? I would like to give you an example, not from psychiatrics, but from a message session. When I feel good, when someone would like to make message for me, and I don't need it. I just say, go away, don't touch me. But if I'm tired and someone starts making me a message session, making something good for my body, yes, I would like to do it to be continued more and more. It's not an Eastern philosophy, it's about Eastern medicine. Somehow it compensates partially European medicine that has been based on the pharmacological sphere, because pharm has funded medicine, but we know that pharm doesn't work, and pharmacologists also, pharmacological specialists also confirm it. And my colleague from such pharmacological center in Poland that works with different studies on depression, she tells me the following, that yes, we are searching for the drugs, but without psychiatric support, psychiatric therapy, drugs don't work. So if we speak about psychological recovery, we understand that psychological recovery support is not so long-term as a psychiatric therapy. And this gap, we have this gap and in Ukraine, and it should be covered. We should scale up the services. I fully agree with you, and I even know how to do it. And I would like to tell you a secret. Our providers of psychosocial support with those tablets that you right now have in your hands, working there on the contact line, they provide this data, and we could see where are the sources of that data are located. Sitting here through the internet, we could see the exact spot where they take this data. So almost in real time, we could observe what they do and how they do. We could develop any maps we would like from the, thank you so a lot to the different ministries presented here, to the administration of the president, and we could see what are the symptoms, what are the results, how it's monitored, how it's processed, what results could be achieved. Even such people as Katya Koltso, a small person you see from this photo, could just raise a big man, raise up, and we could speak about the strengths and competence of a warrior. It's not only about mobilize yourself, but it's also about taking off the protection mechanisms. Because a person sometimes, for example, consumes alcohol in order to go to bed, in order to sleep. And about our project, we know about such term as psychosocial support, where there is service provided, where there are criteria, but usually it's a two-level system. So directly support provided and some indicators. But we started not only consultations, not only development of indicators, not only supervision, not only comparison of a status prior and post-consultation period. I'm going to share with you a complex diagram. No, there is no slide here, I'm sorry. But this slide that I wanted to show you, it's about stabilization of the symptoms. So initially it was an increase of symptoms and then decrease of symptoms goes. And maybe that's the image of situations that we would like to receive for our clients. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marta. Actually, you have said several thoughts that are very important for our next panel that will be dedicated to implementation itself of this model of Vitality Project Donbass in Ukraine. It's about state or non-state authority, depending on the request received from the organization. And it's important that such authorities, such entities have tools needed in order to provide right services for the recipients, and tools used in this solution provide to us possibility to monitor services being provided and in the region and where it's provided. And that's why it's very important. Very often we want to do it, but we don't know how to monitor that needed services are provided for the targeted audience. It's very often to be targeted. It's very often to save money, especially for Ukraine. But there is a more important aspect. We have a tool with metrics about evaluation of statuses shared with us by, graciously shared with us by the Hopkins University. For example, we should add there other services. For example, subjective evaluation of the pain, assessment of the scale of the chronic pain that has been told to us by Lorraine, but she said about it, and I thought, why we can't use it? We could scale up the system with the wider image, with the wider picture of other trauma experiences. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, we don't have current methods of evaluation. I don't speak about Ising and Klimov's tests and studies that have been developed 70 years ago, but they are still in use in Ukraine. But I speak about proved, implemented methods in other countries that could be used in us, and they would provide more information to our psychiatrists that their impact is efficient one. If we work in Europe, then of course for us a range of issues will be enough for us to understand what is the status of a person, what are the conditions. But unfortunately in Ukraine the system of psychiatric support is so outaged, so outdated, that these questions are not enough for us. These tools are not enough for us. Sometimes a doctor doesn't know what to ask themselves, whether maybe a person should go not to a psychologist but to psychiatrist. We need to understand the general volume of social, of psychological work that should be done. I'm really grateful to the Ministry of Veterans presented here by Mr. Volodymyr Levchuk, who is responsible for digital transformation, because digital transformation should happen in Ukraine. When I started to work with different agencies of defense in Ukraine, I understood that any war could be won by three main elements, by three elephants, so to call. First of all, human resources. I mean, Ministry of Defense, Department of Defense in US has a deputy, specific deputy minister, deputy head of the department responsible for stress resilience. Second key element, in order to win the war, in order to win in the armed conflict, you need equipment, you need devices. We need it. We need it a lot. We make all possible efforts in order to increase technological potential of the humanitarian aid that we receive. And the third element we have been ignoring for a long time, that's about communication, about protection of confidential data. You know, the issue of cybersecurity in Ukraine is an urgent one. You know how even foreigners could be listened through. You just believe me, communication is a weakened point in our defense sphere. When we speak about communication, it's not about technological support. It's not about availability of some instruments and tools, such as, for example, package of psychologists, and we could just, it's just a name, we could change the name. It's not about gadgets and mobile applications. You know, Department of Veterans in USA, they have 20 mobile applications that allow to work with specific problems on CBT level, on each and every different level of first psychological aid. So they have a separate mobile application for each and every level in order to have a targeted support for each and every person. It's about but in Ukraine, it's about communication between different state agencies, about how the state and authorities understand how the process happens. What is the connection between different ministries and different agencies? But not, and so it means that communication is our low spot, as our weakened spot, and just believe me, it's true. Unfortunately, it's true. How I try to arrange conferences for very honorable participants in Ukraine. It's very difficult to arrange even such event as this one. Thank you very much, dear Marta. We would like to listen to one more speaker, Mr. Victor Burlaka, LMSW, PhD in social work and clinical psychology of Detroit University, USA. Mr. Victor, could you hear us? Please share information about your work and the context of psychosocial support for our victims of the armed conflict. In my work, I have been working with trauma for a long time, and
and also train specialists actually working with conflict-affected population and ex-combatants as well. So I train these specialists, I deliver courses and lectures at university, including the courses to train the employees in how to assess, how to evaluate, how to set the diagnosis, how to identify the treatment. And in my practice, I also usually observe a lot of traumas. I just want to comment that, and I think that my comment will relate to the structure of psychosocial support to compare Ukraine and the US. One of the things that may actually postpone the process is when one professional group, let's say, will try to take the responsibility for the full process, for the whole process. And I know that unfortunately in Ukraine we have this struggle today on who is entitled actually to provide psychosocial support, to provide psychotherapeutic services. And I've been living abroad for 11 years, but there is definitely a struggle today that only psychiatrists, so today only psychiatrists, for example, may do it. If you're not a psychiatrist without any specialized education, you actually are not entitled to do that. So medical psychologist or a psychiatrist, you should be. Of course, it will limit Ukraine. It will create restrictions. So we need to pick the way that we have in Western countries, in the US namely. For example, we work in a center where we have families coming to us, families who are overcoming some traumatic events, and we have a social worker in the center, we have a counselor, we have a psychiatrist there, and we have a psychologist. And these are people with specific education, certain expertise in various areas, different programs, but they all have the equal right to provide psychosocial support. It means that they all use the same standard. They all use the evidence-based methodologies. And in this specific way, we provide more opportunities and more resources as a state, as a state healthcare system to help people. This is everything what I wanted to mention. If any other questions, you have specific ones, we may actually launch the discussion. Thank you, Victor. And I'd like to draw the attention of all our listeners and viewers, please, on Zoom or Facebook, to ask questions. You have a unique opportunity to find out more about the methodology of somatic and psychosomatic techniques, psychosocial support provided to conflict-affected population. So today we have Olga Guzhva, sociologist of Vitality Project Donbass, editor-in-chief of International Magazine SCS Journal, co-founder of the Veterans Organizations Consortium. So Olga, as a sociologist of the project, please do tell us about your vision, your understanding of the tasks. What tasks and goals are set for the project? Thank you for the question. But before actually I start answering and talking about the perspectives, and I just want to explain how we actually create the scientific foundation of the project. I want to give you two very important statements that today we already had, and I just want to bring it closer to you. So, dear colleagues, first of all, right now, we are present at a very significant event because altogether we're trying today to generate answers to questions. Will the project be viable after the grant money leave? So this after the funding in a post grant period, shall it still be viable? The sustainability of the project. This is something really important. And why today this is a historical moment, a watershed moment. Today we may be heard, finally, because we discuss the project and we have representatives of specific ministries. We may get certain comments, remarks, and we may understand how to do it properly in future, make a project viable, not when the project is completed, but within the process of its implementation. So I think it's really great, it's significant. So the statement that we need to involve universities. Yes, universities, they do ensure the sustainability of the project as well in its scientific context. The Experts Foundation, and one of the results of the project, Vitality Donbass, is that Karazin University concluded an agreement with cooperation with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. We will not mention it right now, but this is already something. It's an impetus. It's a powerful impetus for us. And definitely this project will not be over just with that. This is already an achievement. So if we talk about the scientific foundation, about Vitality Donbass project, truly the theoretical part, the research part, it's the uniqueness of the project. What the Marta told about methodology, yes, truly so. But to ensure the provision of services and collection of data, so the research part, this is a huge load, not only for the team of the project, but also a huge load on providers. And we need to mention it as well. So one thing when provider in the project is just providing a service, consulting, and the key task is to apply the methodology to help, basically. The second thing is when the service is provided, and also the provider has to collect the data later to be subject to research without violating the procedure, understanding what the person is doing and why exactly the provider must do in a certain way. This is additional communication, additional clarifications. Again, communicating with clients, again, because firstly, we used the Google form before we had these tablets and applications, but the methodology was... we fully stuck to the methodology and the coding algorithm. Everything was clarified. And it's really important to understand that de-individualization of data, because every client signs an informed agreement. Informed consent. This is not like we can invent the data. We just encrypt the data. For example, the name and the surname and other personal data as well are encrypted, like the address, phone number, I know, certain data. But these are real people. We cannot just invent their sex details of their traumas, I don't know, the birth date. This is the foundation for the validity of the data. And later, these data are analyzed by our colleagues from the Bethlehem University, from the Wesleyan University. Why it's so important? Why do we need to focus on it? Because it gives us an opportunity to, firstly, to trace the effectiveness, the progress, and together with colleagues already having certain experience of studying such cases and conditions, to draft certain recommendations, which later will be adapted by the project team, and certain corrections will be made, certain amendments, supplements, what actually Marta told us about. For these data, for this methodology to be 100% effective. So actually, what does this application allow us to do? It allows the team to work with maximum quality. The members of the team are in different regions, are located in different regions. I just want to focus on it. So Marta, Vitaly, Lviv. I'm from Kharkiv. Olga Yakovleva from Rivne. Our supervisors are from Zhytomyr. Yes, if I'm correct. Lutsk, I'm sorry. Yes, it's from Lutsk. We have Kiev. Our providers are actually located in Luhansk and Donetsk region. So thanks to this application, we may see in a real time what is happening, evaluate the situation. Even today, when we have this meeting right now, when we communicate, our providers, they consult people. We can see it in the application, they work. And we can see that today we already have more than 2,000 consultations. And these are ongoing. It's an ongoing process. We can even correct it or even detect certain errors, talk to providers about it. We can actually fix the geographical data. So we can say, for example, that the majority of clients, these are mostly females, 63% as of now. And we can say that our clients aged from 20 to 78, mostly, this is the age range. And we can say also, this is an important achievement of the project, it wasn't mentioned, how exactly our clients may find out that they can get the services at these locations. So this question is also present there in the application, and almost 15% of the client found this information in the social media, and this is very important because we must be there where the client is. And the team of Vitality Donbass, we ensure the data are there where the clients consume it. We trace it, we observe it, we can model, we can change it to be more effective. And well, we can say a lot about the scientific, but I think I need to stop here. If you do have any questions, I'll be glad to. I would add. Thank you, Olga. Thank you for actually stressing on it. Yes, truly, geography is already an extension. If we have the whole country involved in one project, yeah, definitely it's that. What is crucial for me is the success of our model. And what actually is the success? Those veterans, who are the providers, for you to understand? These are the specialists involved in the psychosocial support area. So like Olga Yakovleva is a social worker. We might have, I'm a psychologist, for example, and who else is a provider? Mr. Klinovsky, a psychiatrist. These are people of different professions, but they are under this one big umbrella called provider. But among these psychologists, psychotherapists, and we also have veterans among these people. They are psychologists and they also are veterans. The success of the project, Vitality Donbass, helped one of these 6 months veterans to recover, and they again signed a contract. You know what happens in east of Ukraine right now, and they were able to do that. Some of them continue working there in the fields. It tells a lot. For me, it definitely it's very clear. It's a clear evidence. Recovery is not just something that the veterans do require after their service. Those who go to civilian life, but for those people, if we want to increase our military strength, we need to recover those patriots first, who take the risk and who go and defend the country to the eastern border. What I can add from my own experience, because I work in the sport rehabilitation area in America, you know, in the UK, in European countries. Actually, the aim of the sports rehabilitation is mostly to bring the veteran back to the service, to military service. And the fact that in our defense sector, we pay much less attention comparing to the Ministry of Veterans. So the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, they actually set this task of psychosocial support, including reintegration. It's one of the tasks of the ministry, key tasks. And I think that this should be discussed in our third panel, of course, with representatives of the ministry, that definitely different categories of military officers and the emergency service and the firemen and policemen, they all require psychosocial support. And we need to draw attention to it. And as any state authority, they are interested in provision of high quality services, to create this big picture, to provide services for the audience, to know what's happening and basically what the dynamics is. What I heard, the project allows to collect the data, to accumulate it, segregate, and actually make certain conclusions. Yes, I think that ministry will turn to us and say, okay, we want to get this picture. Please tell us, what data do you have? We can say 2,500 veterans we have in Facebook. I mean, in Donbass. We have these on Facebook. And yes, we of course need to involve people not only from social media, but from them as well. It's interesting for each ministry, I guess, to see how many people applied for help, applied for support. The referral process, how it's the networking, how it's functioning. Ukraine succeeded due to networking. If we had all the power centralized in the country by just seizing the central executive power bodies, if these were seized, we would lose. But everything is built on cooperation of the civic society. We have volunteers potential, huge volunteers potential, and it's really nice to see that so many managers and leaders of so many agencies and ministries, and they somehow are involved already in this process starting from 2014. Yes, we need to build the network. Roadmaps should be created. We need to see the general picture. Otherwise, any activity, any project will be just a drop in the ocean, in the Pacific Ocean, being lost there. So thank you, Marta. Dear participants of the discussion, so we close the second panel right now, and we have a break, 30-minute break, and at 4:30 Kyiv time we start the panel discussion, implementation of Vitality project in the Ukrainian rehabilitation system. Thank you.
Доброго дня, колеги.
Could we start? Yes. Again, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm welcoming you here on the round table dedicated to the implementation of somatic methodology in the Ukrainian rehabilitation system, developing stress resistance in ex-combatants, IDPs, and residents of Eastern Ukraine. Actually, the third panel here is dedicated to the issues of implementation of practical usage of those methods, and in general system work of psychological and psychosocial support to veterans and their families. Today, on this panel, we have James Byrne, former Deputy Secretary, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Bonnie Carroll, Tragedy Assistance Programs for Survivors, Volodymyr Levchuk, Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs on Digital Development, Digital Transformations, and Digitalization, Igor Baskarovainy, Deputy Minister for VA on Medical and Psychological Rehabilitation and Psychological Support and Transition from Military Career to Civilian Life, Anna Fechak, Deputy Director of the National Health Care Service, Head of the Department of Financial Guarantees of Medical Services of the Department of Ordering Medical Services and Medicines, Tetiana Kovalchuk, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, representative of Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, Colonel Evgeny Kovalenko, Chief of the Center for Moral and Psychological Support of GFSC of AFU, NWHO representatives Oksana Dmitryak and Dr. Fami Hana, who are representatives of the Technical Working Group on the issues of mental health and support of ex-combatants and IDPs, and also some other representatives. Today, we would like to start our discussion with information from James Byrne, former Deputy Secretary, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. So it means that for us, it's the former Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs in USA. It's according to our terminology. We would like to listen how implementation of the rehabilitation system of ex-combatants in USA has been done. What were the successful cases? What advices and recommendations could be given, what has been done good, and what could be implemented in Ukraine? Mr. James, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yes, thanks, Bonnie, for the nod and the thumbs up. Good seeing you. Also, Mr. Medvey and others, good seeing you on the call. Thank you for inviting me to join you here today. Taking care of veterans is an evolution in various countries that is based upon many different factors. Some of these are very obvious, right? Financial means and money, the attitude and view of military service in general, view of the conflict where the service members may be injured or wounded, and then the political leadership, the moral compass of the country. What I thought would be valuable from my former vantage point, because I am no longer with the administration, so everything I say is in a personal capacity, but I'd like to provide you a little bit of historical context and then maybe focus on real quickly on two initiatives that are currently underway that I'm very proud of our country, proud of our Department of Veterans Affairs in what they're doing to support veterans that I think is relevant for the discussion today. And those two initiatives in particular support my proposition. And we have a phrase in the United States called bluff, right? The bottom line up front. And so I'll just give it to you right now. If you walk away with nothing from my talk, it'll be the theme that I think is tremendously important, that I think all of you would agree with, is taking care of veterans is a whole nation effort. No one agency or organization can do it alone, nor should they. So from a historical context, I'll try to be brief on it because it's a really long story, and I think I only have about 5 minutes left, if that's what I understand is my allotment. But during World War II, at the conclusion of World War II, the political leadership in the United States was concerned about the 20 million veterans who were going to return from service in the European and Pacific theaters. And there was concern that they would be unemployed, that they might march on Washington with certain demands, et cetera. And so they passed some legislation that they didn't think was going to actually be all that effective. They thought the piece of the legislation that would be effective would be the unemployment insurance. But they passed something called the GI Bill. And that did three things. One, it provided care for veterans in their community wherever they were. 100 brick and mortar facilities were built around the country, but our country is very, very large, and 100 brick and mortar facilities to take care of the 780,000 wounded service members was very short of what was needed. And so the legislation was passed to provide funds to care for these veterans in their communities. The second part of it was an education piece. And I pass that on to you because I think that's probably the greatest piece of legislation that our Congress ever passed. And that was to give these young men and women who were demobilized from Europe and the Pacific theater very quickly, over a short period of time, an opportunity to get an education, to include a 4-year university education, which was exclusively reserved for sort of the elites in our country prior to World War II. And people really didn't think they were going to take advantage of that. What they didn't appreciate was that these service men and women who came back to the United States from the farms and from the coal mines and from the inner cities, that they came back different. They came back enlightened. They did amazing things. And they maybe didn't want to go back to the farm. Maybe they didn't want to go back to the coal mines. Maybe they didn't want to go back to the inner cities. So they took advantage of this education, not only at the 4-year degrees, but at the technical school level to create skilled labor forces, and also at the community college level. And the government also gave them a guaranteed home loan, no money down, so they could purchase a house and build a family and a community. And they did exactly that. And so I bring that up to you, that was circumstance driven, something maybe we should have done 100 years before that, is to invest in our veterans, because that's the best return on investment that I think any dollar we ever spend in our country, by the way, then and now. But those veterans came back and essentially built or shaped the remainder of the 20th century and put us on an economic wave of prosperity that our nation is still riding to this day. So let me fast forward, because I could talk about that for a long time. I get very excited about it because it's still happening today, and good things are happening with our veteran population, that investment that we have in them when they return, helping them assimilate, but also helping them fulfill their dreams and desires. But the two current programs I'd like to just mention very briefly, and then I don't know if I'm supposed to answer questions, I'm glad to do that, or I'll just be quiet. But the two current programs that are underway are the program regarding homeless veterans and suicide prevention. Those two programs are spot on for what I talked about as my as my initial proposition, the bottom line up front that I wanted you to remember. These are two programs where we have harnessed the resources of other federal agents. The Department of Veterans Affairs has harnessed the resources of other federal agencies, state and local, academia, NGOs, veteran service organizations, and they've focused their efforts on doing what is best to get veterans off the street and getting them wraparound care and getting them back into society. And we've had a lot of great success, despite the dip last year, maybe COVID related. Over the last 10 years, there's been a 50% reduction in the number of homeless veterans on the street. And of course, there's still a long way to go, but 50% reduction is a real significant number we can be particularly proud of. And there are some areas of our country where it's at virtual zero. And then suicide prevention, that is something that is not unique necessarily to our country, to our veterans, or to any country for that matter. But there was an initiative, a recent initiative that is underway as we speak to harness the resources of the other federal government agencies, state and local authorities, NGOs, veteran service organizations, religious organizations, educational organizations, the private sector. And that is the way we're going to be able to successfully reduce the number of suicides in the veteran population and in our population at large. And so I share that with you, that when you concentrate the resources of any nation, whether it's Ukraine or the United States, and don't put it off in a corner for one agency to handle, I believe there's a whole lot that can be accomplished good for veterans and for your population. So I think that's right within my time window. Is that right? And am I here to answer some questions possibly?
Unfortunately, interpreter can't hear.
The interpreter couldn't hear me?
Interpreter can't hear the Ukrainian speaker on the screen. So if we speak about work with veterans in USA, could you identify principle or approach of work with veterans in which you think that the efforts are the key ones, are the critical ones from the perspective of rehabilitation of ex-combatants and moving from military career into the civil life?
So that is something that when I was with the Department of Veterans Affairs, I spent a lot of time with some of the people that are on this call, to include Mr. John Medvey, and I believe Bonnie Carroll helped us with this too. That is those are two organizations that they care about that same person, but their core mission is a little bit different, right? The Department of Defense is very focused on readiness and being prepared to defend our nation and our interests worldwide. And so that is a healthy struggle that goes back and forth. And so what I would encourage is that collaboration become even stronger between the United States, between DoD and VA. And I think we've made a lot of progress in that way. And I would encourage that in your country, to have your Ministry of Defense appreciate that they have sort of obligation, a duty, an ability to help their service members transition well when they become veterans, when they're no longer in service. And if I were to talk to the DoD audience that's here, I would suggest to you what you already know. And so I'm not being condescending, but it is A, the right thing to do, and B, when it comes to recruiting, it will help with your recruiting service members, knowing that people all throughout the government and the country care about them, not only from when they join the military, but all the way through when they transition into veteran status. That would be my takeaway to your question, if I understood it right, is to strengthen the relationship between the ministries of defense and the ministries of Veterans Affairs. And we can do the same, even more so in the United States.
Дякую, пане Джеймс.
Thank you, Mr. James. I think that here it's a good thing to give a floor to Igor Beskroviny, Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs on Medical and Psychological Rehabilitation, Psychological Support. So, if we speak about moving from military career to civilian life, what should be done in order to have a systematic transfer, a complex transfer from military career to civil life? Please comment upon if we speak about project, about reintegration of veterans into the civil life, professional reintegration, moving from the career life into the civil life. Let's speak about what Ministry of Ukraine is doing, what approaches you and spheres you see as priorities, how do you cooperate with other agencies and authorities, what actually is the agenda of today? Actually, I will do a small interactive session. I'm really great to see Tatiana here with us, and it's great to see different participants on this panel session in Zoom, because actually I was initially worried that we will have only Voldemar here, and we will have such a meeting here as always we have, but in Zoom. But what we are doing for this transfer, for this transition, and what we unite, how we unite our efforts. When we started today's event, I spoke about systematic approach. We would like to create a great system that would consider all necessary needs and demands. We don't have veterans or current service members that tomorrow will be veterans, that there are no such veterans that need only one element of psychosocial support, or we don't have veterans that have exclusively needs in education. There is always a circle of needs, demands, or those things that should be under attention. That's why we would like to have a comprehensive view at this system. We identify 4 main approaches in this system with which we are going to work and provide services. First of all, medical support, psychological support, career support, or professional support. What do we mean under professional support? That's requalification, educational programs, any activities that would help former service member to be a self-sufficient person in the society. If a person goes to the army after school, no education, nothing, it's clear that this person needs basic education after the army, after the service, in order to find their place in the society. That's why, and we will develop those educational proposals that are needed for this exact person. If we speak about psychological support, for example, we should understand that what happens with this exact person during the service. With whom did this person communicate? How did this person study? What actions were there? What interventions were there? And after it, we should develop and understand what services should be provided to this exact person, what tools should be used, what support should be provided in terms of rehabilitation. It doesn't matter how we call it, but it should be efficient. First of all, efficient for a person, for this person. In order to understand that it's efficient, we should evaluate it and understand what tools should be used. That's why this comprehensive approach should be used, engaging law enforcement bodies. If we speak about systematic transition from current service members into tomorrow ex-combatants, we should work with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, with the Ministry of Defense. If we speak armed forces, so we should work with them. We should have access to them in order to provide to these people those services that they need, and to understand that this person who uses this service, then yes, it's efficient, and we could scale up this experience. If this case is unsuccessful, then we should not scale up. We should look at the statistics, analyze it, and understand how it should be changed and how it should be corrected and improved.
That's why a huge technological system there is, well, we will use the technology, the innovative technology, communication technology, I don't know, various technologies, let's say technology. Vladimir will tell you more because this is what he's doing. So I am responsible for vision and strategy of the system itself. Okay, but it's really, we'd really like to get something about the psychosocial support. So what is the share of psychosocial support in the system you want to build? What is the place of this component? Okay, we have the project and we have a solution, certain solution based on certain methodology. We've heard a lot about this methodology today, scientifically justified. We have the results. Okay, the system is fully designed technologically. We can trace the progress. We have a project now, good. And its incorporation in the system, not on technological level, but on the level of tasks, you know, set by the ministry. What would you actually, what is your wish or remark to a team? What is your vision? What do you want to say? Psychosocial support system. Okay, it will actually be a very important part, a very important component. We give it a very important role. It will definitely be the methodology, scientifically proved, evidence-based, effective, measurable. This will not be something taken out of thin air, you know, something invented or taken from some kind of expert, you know, as we say. We only want something proved, fully proved. So when it comes to the importance of the component, I'll use example again, a practical example, my own example, okay, my own case. So yesterday I was a military officer, an event happened, I was injured, okay? I simply have first to perceive it, to recognize it, and I need to recognize that my change will, my life will change forever. Something will definitely change. I need to work with psychologists. I need to work with specialists. Okay, I recognize that. Then I start the physical rehab. And I understand, for example, that I have to get some prosthetics. Okay, so I tell myself, now, look here, man, you'll have this, I don't know, iron leg, everything will be fine. Then I need another support. Then I go to requalification. I change my profession because I'm no longer capable of doing what I did. So I have to accept it, that I would never be as functional as I used to be. I have an iron leg. I don't know, I decided once to conclude contract. And this is the consequence. So I need support at this stage as well. This is a component, a transversal component. It will be present at all levels. We cannot say that here we have the medical part, here's the psychological, and here's the education. No, these must be intertwined. Absolutely. All the time. Because effective physical rehab is impossible without interdisciplinary team, where we have different experts and specialists. So evidence-based methods, multidisciplinary approach, and big systems, big multi-component systems, long-term systems, and something that we already can plan for the future. Okay, thank you. We did not only talk about the ex-combatants, but other professions as well. Like we spoke about firemen and we spoke about emergency services. These people as well sometimes have situations where they're under stress and they have traumatic situations, sometimes traumatic conditions. Tatiana, as a Deputy Minister of Interior, please, the methodology for stress resilience enhancement. So something that you plan to launch in your ministry. Please tell me about the implementation, whether you plan to do it or you already do something. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear international partners. So of course, the problems that we talk about today, and I think this is the biggest challenge for the whole society in Ukraine. Of course, we as a Ministry of Interior, we are an integral part of the security sector, security and defense sector. Yes, we have not only policemen, not only military officers, we have firemen, we have border service protecting our borders, and they also require certain support to be provided. I just want to tell you, I just want to agree with my colleagues that yes, unfortunately, it's a very targeted, situational, randomized approach. We start doing something. We are reactive. We are not proactive. Unfortunately, we did not create, it's the 8th year of war, and we still didn't get this holistic umbrella overall system, national system, which would include all the components, all the involved stakeholders, all the ministries, all the agencies, gathered under one umbrella, activists, NGOs, who would protect the creation of this holistic system. I mean, psychosocial rehabilitation of veterans and all of those people who actually, not just the military officers who are at the front line, we have firemen, we have policemen, we have the National Guard, and we have the emergency services and rescue services. All these people together with the Ministry of Defense, of course, and with the armed forces, with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, we all comprise this category of society. We all are a piece of society, a huge part of society. It's not just about giving us a sum of money once, but we all, it's not about financial support. We all need this comprehensive approach. And unfortunately, in Ukraine, we don't have it right now. But we perfectly understand that we do have right now this vision of how to join our efforts, how to consolidate, because this is not just about solving one problem by one ministry. It goes beyond the competence and resources and authorities and responsibilities of one or several ministries. It covers the whole country, all state authorities. That's why we need to have this consolidated vision. That's why I just want to tell you that in the Ministry of Interior, we understand that the majority of people in the ex-combatants we have who took part in the ATO and GFO, we understand that in the social dimension, this situation will be aggravating. And we always have this trigger as illegal weapon traffic in the ATO zone. Unfortunately, due to the aggravated criminal environment, unfortunately, we have the domestic violence and people become radicalized. We have this destabilization elsewhere when it comes to public safety, public order in the society. So it absolutely correlates. It absolutely correlates to all that, and it actually touches upon each citizen of the country. It's relevant for all of us, and we do understand this situation because we know what that is. And in the Ministry of Interior, together with our partners, we understood we need to launch projects like this one. And we were motivated with the following. We used the experience of the American defense and security sector. They also faced this peak of suicides, and they also had the same problems, the PTSD. The eighth year after the active war phase. So absolutely the same period. So we do hope that we will not have the same wave. We will not have the same negative trend as Americans did have, but we need to prepare to that. And we understand that according to the best European practices and NATO practices, effective policies related to veterans, of course, we do not separate the acting military officers deployed in the JFO right now, and of course we do not segregate all the military officers into like ex-combatants and acting military officers, so we take them all as one single category. This will help us to present more coherent policy in this area. So in order to join all these efforts and create this communication platform to study the solutions and how to deal with PTSD and traumas, mental traumas, for all the categories involved in the security and defense sector, last year, in the end of last year, the Ministry of Interior actually initiated, and we were supported by our colleagues with this initiative. We signed a memorandum on understanding, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Veterans Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Health. We signed a joint memorandum. So according to this memorandum, we already created an interagency working group. I understand that you all are pretty skeptical when we start talking about working groups, but again, we need to do it. We had to do it because we must formalize the process of this interagency activity. This working group will study the gaps that we have regarding the practice of provision psychosocial support to veterans and other categories from defense and security sector, and that we will study the best, the most innovative approaches in rehabilitation, treatment, and so on. So the interim result, we already have certain result, and there are certain dynamics, positive dynamics today. Firstly, we designed a vision. So we will create this holistic national system to implement the policy that I mentioned. So today we have a draft project designed by the Ministry of Interior together with the specialized NGOs and our colleagues from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and Ministry of Defense. And basically we focus on the needs, policemen, on needs of policemen, civil defense services, emergency services, border guard services, and others, and also the ex-combatants, of course, veterans and acting military officers. According to this project, we need to create the efficient mechanism of psychosocial support provided for the defense and security sector, basically complying with the principle of veteran-centered approach, veteran-centered principle. We speak about human-centered approach usually when we put the human in the center, and human person is the core. Yes, we usually talk about it. But we speak about the veteran-centered approach. It must become the core of the principle. We must actually design all the policies, and all the policies and strategies must rotate around veterans as a core component. This mechanism will include the full cycle. So its parts. First of all, the early identification or early detection of any violations, of any problems in the psycho-emotional area, then treatment, diagnostic, psychological rehab or psychological rehab, then social reintegration of veterans, and again, what we talk about. We don't just provide some partial support or just identify the problem. No. We again use this holistic approach. We must work with the community, with the environment, with the family, with the parents, with husbands, wives, children. It's also very important. So today, all veterans, all military officers must get rid of this outsider status. They must be fully integrated, and later they must be healthy mentally, physically, to adapt to our reality, to our society. And also I want to say that for us it's really important to use today to apply various innovative technologies to detect the symptoms of PTSD. And we fully do understand that, for example, when it comes to screening of ex-combatants, to detect any kind of violations or problems, it's really hard because it's the remote format mostly we use. But today we already have the representative of the public association, and they already present such a technology, and we finally managed to find this technology. Face-to-face technology is called. It's American technology, and right now it's actively used by the US experts, and it's a tool. It's a great tool on how to diagnose the psycho-emotional conditions using the AI, mathematical analysis, telemedicine, telemetrics. So it's really interesting. It's really, really inspiring. I do think that people will tell a little bit more about how the technology works. So today, if we do talk about our, on what we already did, on the steps taken, on how to implement the technology, we've established a partnership with this association, the Olive Pine Foundation, and they are fully entitled and authorized to distribute this technology, namely in Ukraine. So I do hope that such memorandums will be concluded with our partners. Just like we signed it with the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. And I also want to mention that we plan to get the final result of the project implementation. What we will get, we'll see the changes, we'll see the amendments even presented to legislative acts regulating the treatment of PTSD and other traumatic conditions and psychosocial rehabilitation for the defense and security sector, because these protocols well, we need to be very frank with it. We need to be open. These are obsolete. These protocols are obsolete. They must be updated, changed according to the reality, according to current condition, and we need to take it into consideration. So the key achievement of the project, as me and my colleagues would consider, so we need to have this sustainable, viable national model, umbrella model, to provide the full cycle of psychosocial support for citizens, because we live in the times of digitalization. We have information technologies elsewhere. We understand that without technology today it would be really hard, so we rely on that. And we understand that technology must be fully integrated. The best practices must be integrated in our joint project. We have clear products, we have clear KPIs established, and I do hope that monitoring, well, after we have the first 12 pilot months of the project completed, so then we'll again gather in a hall and we'll tell you about our achievements, whether we managed to achieve the goals that we've set before we launch this experimental project. So I do invite you all, if you're actually interested, to join the project. I do think that this is something we must be all involved in. I'm so grateful to our international partners because I'm responsible for international cooperation in the ministry, and I'm grateful for their support, permanent support. They help us to feel their shoulder, that we are not alone in this battle. And of course, the veterans are the ones who need our support and protection. They want our attention first of all. And we may provide this attention if we build such a system, which is still not there, but I think that the first step is already taken. And the first step will definitely prove that finally we actually are capable of supporting the veterans. Yes, we want to transfer from the current paradigm of service and product delivery, social, medical service and product. We want to transfer to the paradigm of ensuring the welfare, because today, you know, many people did talk that the base of economic stability and prosperity of the state, so we have men and women both contributing to that welfare. Veterans must not be separated, must not be isolated, taken out of this process. Everyone must get the tools to become definitely a part of the society. Thank you so much for your attention.
Right now, on the stage of coordination and agreement between all of us. Now, as of now, it's just oral agreement, how it will be happening between us, but I'm sure that very soon we will arrange this pilot project that will be lasting for 1 year, in order in a year, and we suppose that it will be a year, in order to in a year to have this data, to have these studies, and to have comprehensive situation. We should have this complex situation to develop a plan that is efficient, not only for our ministry, but for the, all Ukrainian territories, and to understand how Ukraine as a state with its own resources, options and capacities could solve this challenge, could overcome the situation we are experiencing now. And thank you, Tatiana. Today we have discussed during the first 2 panel sessions the project, Vitality Project Donbass, that the project that has some results already. They have developed a methodology in terms of psychological and psychosomatic support. And if we speak about partnership with civil organization, because this project is being implemented by NGO development foundations, we understand that this implementation of such projects that have been already tested. We heard today that more than 2,000 cases have been already done and heard. So tell us more, please, about implementation of such projects, because we know that there are many efficient, successful cases, successful projects, but how to implement such projects into the system of Ministry of Internal Affairs, of network of different ministries, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and so on. So let's discuss this practical aspect of implementation, including risks of such implementation. Please, Mr. Vladimir, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us to this third panel session of the roundtable. Now I'm going to move into the systematic approach. Today we have heard already our colleague from the USA who just spoke about different theses about institutionalization of this issue. Today, we have heard about two different informational systems. So mobile application, for example, that use different encoding procedures, but each project that we would like to implement is focused on the goals that were mentioned by Tatiana. I fully agree with you. First of all, we built a system of psychological support, but this system is not just a process of identification of psychosomatic indicators or implementation of some tools. No, but if we speak about, for example, chronic pain, is this process of absolutely different from PTSD. Different methods, different tools. In some part of today's discussion, we have heard that there are different tools, different methodologies, for example, developed by WHO that are being implemented in the USA, that could be implemented in Ukraine, but in Ukraine, we don't use, but we are moving towards some specific methodologies. The comment was that in Ukraine, we are trying to develop them, yes. If we speak about IT as a sphere, IT it's not a sphere that makes something. IT is a sphere that automizes something. So that's about automation of business processes. If we speak about different methodologies, first one, second, third, different systems, first, second, third. So we have them, and then we should unite them. And I think this combination both in the dimension of technologies, in the dimension of time, of follow-up, of psychological rehabilitation of veterans. Ministry of Veteran Affairs, as of now, starts information system of different tools of collection, data, monitoring, evaluation of status of psychosocial status. Now I would like to speak about risks. So I would like just to start discussion. If now I'm going to tell someone via the phone about risks, for example, if we look at the psychologist, psychiatrist, and listen that someone speaks via the phone telling someone to do something, and I know my ex-combatants, my ex-service members, and they know about development foundations and others, but there is a replication, duplication, a repeating or not. We should monitor it. But the issue is that the methodology of using telephone or tablet is being used. Here, a good thing that there will be a study using the face image, but our database in Ukraine is a global one, is a big one that allows us to use different tools, methodologies, and they are being developed in different countries of Ukraine, different cities of Ukraine, and they should be developed. We know that 90% of veterans, of former participants of the military conflict, think that they are normal, that they are like everybody, they don't need support. And this support should be done through the family, through the members of family, through the ex-colleagues, ex-combatants. And for example, Voldemar, could you answer me 5 questions? So I answer 5 questions, I give this conclusion. You have PTSD of the 5th stage. It's just an example. So we know dolphins that save people in the sea. And we can't calculate people that dolphins can't save, and they just draw them into the water. I would like to build a system focused on each independent case, and in order to receive a feedback from each and every ex-combatant, to each person, in order to receive this feedback. We speak only about successful cases, but we don't speak about people that received inappropriate support, that didn't receive help, or received help that was not demanded. So we need this data, and we have all the databases. We are ready to share this data with our international partners. We should keep this data, collect it, monitor it, give work to our academic institutions, share this information with partners, and develop our informational technologies. But we can't take a foreign technology, a foreign process, and use it in Ukraine without adaptation, because we have our specific landscape. But I would like to express the words of appreciation to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. They really start doing something the same as Development Foundation NGO. They starting developing tools, developing methodologies on which we could base our work, correct mistakes, collect data, and go forward. I think that will be great help for our joint work. Just 1 minute for me to say that last year, in the end of the year, we had a meeting with representatives of the Department of Defense of the USA and Department of the Veterans Affairs of the USA. Great benefit of it was in understanding of the complex approach to the systematic work. Today, we mentioned that we should take into account who will do it, who will elaborate, who will process, who will work. Supervisors were mentioned, psychologists were mentioned, psychiatrists were mentioned, project managers were mentioned. So some new positions that should be on the level of state. So we should understand who are they, how could be they trained, what instruments are being developed, who is responsible for their work, what should have been done. So this process should be automated and should not be done like a preliminary step forward. I'm sorry, Oksana, I would like to mention something. I would like to ask you a question, but I know the answer already. And we have discussed with you this question many times during different meetings, data and the security. How I, as a veteran, could be sure and not afraid of entering information of my history, of my case, my experience on any platform in some country that could be this website could be broken, could be violated, information could be stolen. The same as so that's the same situation as with technical facilities. So as with the gavel, with the drill, it could be used for construction. It could be used for some bad things to beat the head of a person. Yeah, I agree with you. I know this question. I need to say that, for example, if we speak about blockchain, if we speak with cybersecurity professionals, we know that this data could be stored and collected only up to some moment. That's the first issue. But we need to say that we also plan to use diversification of data collection and storage. It's impossible almost to somehow steal all together. For example, we separately store personal information. In another place, we store medical information, and we have a sort database in order to combine and compare this data. So comparison of different data, it could be called artificial intelligence, machine learning, or in another way. That's the first thing. Second thing, you can't download data from the system. And so the data is in the system, you can't download it from the system. And for example, as today was an example from the psychologist or supervisor, So information from supervisor or from psychologist to supervisor should be anonymous. It means that this is a person, AA number 26, and without any name, any naming, without any personal data. Only one person, the first level, should have this personal data. Thank you very much. I would like to give a floor right now to the representative of the headquarters WHO in Geneva, Dr. Fahmi Hanna, the global perspective on mental health and psychological aspects of rehabilitation of ex-combatants and IDPs.
Honorable ministers and colleagues, thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you today. My name is Dr. Fahmi Hanna. I'm based at WHO headquarters in Geneva. I'm a psychiatrist by training, and I visited, in fact, Ukraine several times during the last three years to support mental health and psychosocial support in different cities in Ukraine. So it's a great opportunity to be with you here today. Colleagues, the composite term we use here, mental health and psychosocial support, is a term used to describe any type of local or outside support that aim to protect or promote psychosocial well-being, as well as prevention or treatment of mental disorders. Colleagues, it's very important to remember that this is not about treatment of mental disorders. This is also about promotion of psychosocial well-being. There is a big prevention component here, which is crucial. Ex-combatant and associated group, as you rightly said, policemen and firemen, all of them have long-term exposure to armed conflict, to violence. They are experienced with separation from their families, from their communities, low standards of living, and possible social exclusion and community stigma directly affecting their mental health and psychosocial well-being. Colleagues, combatants may still experience psychological distress or develop mental health and substance use related conditions long after demobilization and reintegration. Colleagues, beyond the group of combatants, common mental health conditions for communities living in conflict-affected, vulnerable, and displacement situations, such as in east of Ukraine, which are also relevant to rehabilitation and mental health and psychosocial support, are also population of concern from a mental health aspect. Many conditions, not only post-traumatic stress disorder, I notice there is emphasis on post-traumatic stress disorder in discussion of speakers, but in fact, it is situation also, which are not disorders, psychological distress, and other disorders as well, such as acute stress, grief, bereavement, depression, psychosis with different types, harmful use of alcohol and drugs, suicide and self-harm, and many others. So it's not only about disorders, and when it comes to disorders, it's about a wide range of conditions. Colleagues, in conflict setting, WHO estimate is 1 person in 5 is living in some form of mental disorder, from mild depression to anxiety to psychosis. Worse, 1 in 10 of this population group is living with a moderate to severe mental disorder, according to WHO estimate. Huge estimate if you apply these percentages to numbers and into available services for such vulnerable population group. There is a growing wide recognition globally, especially also among disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration experts and practitioners worldwide, that more can be and need to be done on mental health and psychosocial support integration. And from our experience, let me share with you things which we found as misconception, as myths, as pitfalls in integration of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration aspects with mental health and psychosocial support. Misconception number 1, considering disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration only as a political or economic process. Correction. Disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration is a psychological process as much as a social, economic, and political one. Not only mental health and psychosocial support is a cross-cutting subject in disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration process, but it could be said that DDR itself can either be positively or negatively affecting mental health and well-being of ex-combatants. That is, the very act of removing an ex-combatant from an armed group and transition into civilian life can often be an additional stress in itself. Misconception number 2. Mental health and psychosocial support aspect cannot be done by DDR practitioners. In fact, lots of work can be done and was done in many countries to build the capacity of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration practitioner capacities to address mental health. Mental health and psychosocial support, there are interventions that need to be done by specialists, but there are also scalable interventions that can be done by different actors, including disarmament, demobilization, rehabilitation actors. Misconception number 3. Mental health and psychosocial aspect in disarmament, demobilization, reintegration is an add-on or a complementary item. Correction is that it's actually incorporation of non-clinical intervention. DDR process design is an essential component, is a human rights, and should be integrated from outset. Colleagues, there are so many other misconceptions and myths, and I'm conscious about the time, but others would include considering mental health and psychosocial support as an aspect related to only single disorder. It's not about vertical approach. It's never about a single mental health disorder. There are a wide range of mental health conditions for which ex-combatant, IDPs, and other population affected. And indeed, it's not only about disorder. People lead multiple, multi-layered and wide range of holistic interventions, addressing not only one disorder, but addressing the wide range of population needs. Another misconception is also considering that mental health and psychosocial support of ex-combatant is a function of only one entity or one specialty or one body. This is a myth or misconception or a common pitfall, because this is in fact function of the whole society. It needs whole of community approach. It needs integrated approach. In fact, it's not only about ex-combatants themselves. You need approaches to make sure that you are addressing the need of their families, of their communities, to address stigma in the community. So it really requires coordinated approach. Mental health and psychosocial support technical working group, which are multi-sectoral, which deal with education, gender-based violence, protection, health aspects, and wide range of other issues, should be a place to coordinate integrated approach for mental health and psychosocial support of ex-combatants. Again, it requires using this opportunity of the need among this population group to build better and sustainable social care and healthcare systems where mental health and psychosocial support is well integrated, covering not only one single vertical disorder, but covering the wide range of needs of ex-combatant displaced population and their families and their communities. Colleagues, it's a pleasure and honor to be with you today, and I wish you all the best for this extremely important project. And as WHO, we always remain available to support you and work with you. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Ханна. Сьогодні з нами
Thank
також...
you, Mr. Hanna. And we also have Oksana Dmitryak, consultant on coordination of the technical working group activity on psychosocial support. So, Ms. Oksana, please, let's talk about your work, but in the context of somatic and psychosomatic methodology, what you actually use in your work, and do you have any feedback about their use in the context of WHO activity? So let's talk about the methodology that we discussed today, and in the context of mental health and psychological support. So please. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion. I represent the technical working group on mental health, psychosocial support, and someone from my colleagues already mentioned that there is certain skepticism that we have regarding the technical working group activity of such structures, but we do consider that coordination and multidisciplinarity in each response when it comes to healthcare and psychosocial support, it's really important. That's why today at this event, it's necessary to talk about it as well. So, taking into consideration the above mentioned. And when I think of the project that we discussed today, I just want to mention that, yes, the consequences of any kind of emergencies or events like military conflict or a disaster, natural anthropogenic. So we may have certain consequences, short-term consequences, but we may have this long-term impact, and it may impact the condition of the whole community, and we may have these serious impacts. So for the conflict-affected population, what we need to coordinate the actions of all the state authorities and NGOs and humanitarian missions and national institutions. So if we want to have this perfect picture, as we see it, the total cooperation. Concerning the multidisciplinarity, my colleague, Mr. Han already mentioned that psychosocial support and protection of mental health, it's not something isolated, it's not something that exists elsewhere on the planet. Without joint efforts, we need to coordinate this response. That's how our group actually paved this long way. We started from a subcluster, and then we are transformed into a technical working group to cooperate with the health cluster, the subcluster on GBV prevention, children's protection cluster, and right now we try to transform, try to develop and involve partners all around the country, and we try to focus not only on humanitarian response when it comes to the eastern Ukraine. When we talk about support for coordination of response, doesn't matter whether it's a disaster, military conflict, or an emergency situation, the first task is we need to understand what are the needs, what are the requests and demands of people. So the psychosomatic processes as well. Well, Marta mentioned today what assessment they had at the very beginning, the initial stage. They studied, they analyzed what actually people needed, and what the project will be based on, and how exactly shall we provide the support. Our second task is to define as quickly as we can what are the resources, what is already implemented, what is developed, what NGOs, state authorities, we have international partners, who is there, and do they have capacity and expertise to deal with mental problems, psychosocial support. When we talk about the Development Foundation project, they stressed on the following. So they start with developing the capacity and expertise of those working in the project, how important the supervision is, the concept of supervision, how it should be introduced to those who are involved in response activities, and it's also very important to understand the project itself and those messages and results that you want to achieve in the final stage, and how you will measure everything. The third task is to help to sustain the capacity, to sustain the resources, especially at hard times. It means that you need to coordinate with your partners and grow your capacity of local organizations or communities. That's what we actually are doing. That's what the technical working group is doing. Supporting partners in the prioritized response tasks. So what we do, mapping of the partners and projects, expertise gaps and needs of the providers. We tackle that as well. As Mr. Hanna mentioned, it's not necessary, psychosocial support must not be provided only by the specialized structures. These may be other entities as well, humanitarian response experts or family doctors. And right now we have this we have the MHGAP program, and by the way, there was reference today to this program. So right now for us, as for a group, it's really crucial to support the reorganization of service provision in the remote format and to provide the follow-up and support for all categories during the COVID-19 pandemic. I just want to know that one of the innovations that we really need is to pilot and then to introduce the multidisciplinary community teams on mental health. So we speak about the reintegration of ex-combatants or IDPs. We want to bring these people to communities, and we want to bring the communities back to normal life as well. The most important thing that I want to mention, the hardest task for us is to support and develop the referral system, not only for Eastern Ukraine, but nationwide, not just for specialized care, but between such sectors as protection, social services, and also it's important to have this referral between the projects and programs, designing their products. So the event that we have today and the Development Foundation program introduction, this is an important component of coordination between the programs on mental health protection. I do understand that coordination or technical working group, it all sounds like, you know, nuclear physics, but this is not something we can hold in our hands. This is not just like a manual, a guidance, a textbook on stress resistance, of course. But within the recent years, we've cooperated with our partners a lot, and we can see that the capacity, the potential can be even enhanced more. The existing organizations and structures, if we adapt the interventions and its analysis to a state capacity, using the available resources, mobilizing the communities, and mitigating the risks of damage to those who unfortunately were affected by the emergencies. So that's why we have the technical working group. And actually, these are our tasks. We must be fully flexible and to perform tasks on multidisciplinary coordination. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for allowing me to express myself. Okay, Ms. Oksana, thank you for presenting the results of your work. And thank you for a couple of interesting questions, especially when it comes to coordination. I'd like to ask the representative of the Ministry of Defense, Colonel Yevhen Kovalenko, the head of the Psychosocial Support Center. Please, Mr. Yevgen, we've talked so much today about the reintegration of ex-combatants, ITO, JFO, ex-combatants. So, but we also mentioned the psychosocial support issues to the acting military officers and also to representatives of the security and defense sector as a whole. So tell me, please, well, all these people require support to go back, to continue performing their duties elsewhere in any kind of service. So this is a very important piece of work, especially when we speak about rehabilitation, because for international organizations, mental health of military officers, it's really an important task for them. And it's always a priority. Please give us your feedback. What actually the armed forces of Ukraine are doing to achieve those results? And it would be really interesting for us to find out about how you use somatic and psychosomatic methodology in your work in particular, and how you do help the officers who unfortunately suffered from any kind of traumatic situations, how you help them to overcome it and go back to the service, return to service. Thank you so much for this invitation to take part in the conference. And firstly, I'd like to give you the statistics regarding the psychosocial support provided to military officers starting from 2018 and up to 2020, because we had the pandemic and unfortunately we were not able to launch this another cycle of decompression from military officers. After they returned from the ATO, over 59,000 officers were involved in decompression activities, and out of these persons, only 2,500 required psychosocial rehab. So 1,000 300 of military officers were provided with psychosocial support services. Why I speak of 2018? Why I say that we started decompressing only in 2018? Unfortunately, in 2014, when the war started, we did not have the psychologists available. We did not have any specialists to launch these procedures, to involve military officers. We had a lot of researchers, but we had no practitioners, unfortunately. Because within all these years, starting from 2014 and up to 2018, we managed to train these people. Practitioners, strong practitioners, strong, powerful practitioners with expertise, with opportunity to help, with a chance to help our military officers. And I'm so grateful to Ms. Tatiana presenting the Ministry of Interior. She mentioned that it's really an honor for us to cooperate with all the institutions from the security and defense sector. And she mentioned that we need to draw attention to the family members as well, because when we study the practices from other countries, we study their experience, we can clearly trace that before the military officer, before actually the military officer is deployed to the operation, psychologists and social services, state social services, are working with the family. They work with the family. They prepare the family, the closest ones, the dearest ones, that soon the father, the son, the brother will go to a war, will be deployed to an operation. And Volodymyr also mentioned that as well. And the interagency cooperation is very important, but the state must provide psychosocial rehab services. We support, as a Ministry of Defense, we support our people. But, of course, I want to tell you that families need more attention. People staying at home and waiting. Because when military officers, after their duties, when they go back to their families, to their homes, and they start facing a challenge, the family simply cannot accept this person. And the society, the community, in even a half a year, the family has already changed. It has already evolved in a certain way. And the military officer also changes as a personality, as an identity. And we need civilian psychologists and social services to be involved, working again with the family, preparing the family, creating this favorable environment for all of them, for all the family to accept each other, actually, to perceive each other. In the US and European countries, we do have this practice.
That's why I compared these things. Maybe it's not an appropriate one to compare. So we are, as with transport, we should not repair transport when it's damaged fully. No, we should do the maintenance work during the daily life of this transport, of these vehicles. The same as with service members. We should support them on the daily basis. In order in future, veteran, ex-combatants leaves our armed forces system, becomes civilian. They should be ready to fulfill their own responsibilities in each and every sphere. That's a task. And no, it's not a thing to do that after the mobilization, this person should go for treatment. No, we should prepare them to these stresses prior to the beginning of the kinetic activities and to support them during kinetic activities. So it's the same as with decompression. Since 2018, we started to do this decompression, even in the Azov zone in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, using as recipients of service members located in Svyatogorsk. By support of the local administration, we arranged such activities, such events. So those service members working in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, servicing there, they were directed to the health center and worked with our army military psychologists. This work has been done. Thank you that during this roundtable you raised this issue. It's important that our future service members, they will become veterans, and many service members have already become veterans. And our task is that they feel themselves necessary for the state, first of all, for the society, and for the family is the key thing. Because during the war, during service, due to the war, due to the service, a lot of families have been broken. People say that work with the families was too small that has been done. Thank you, Mr. Yevgeny. It's important. Important issues you have raised, especially working with the families. And yes, I would like to comment upon one of the issues that has been mentioned. That our joint goal is not only to return our veteran into the civil life as a happy person and self-sufficient person, but also one more thing, that this person should be ready to return to the contact line and to protect the state. That's the issue of the Ministry of Defense. It's one of the tasks that we have. And my question is related to the following. On the opinion of the Ministry of Defense, of the law enforcement bodies, how should we do this support for the families? Who should do it? Ministry of the Veterans, Ministry of the Social Policy, Ministry of Internal Affairs. To their opinion, who could perform this role? Who should be this element? And if we speak about civil authorities, again, there is an issue of interagency cooperation. I'm sorry. Could I answer? Yeah. Thank you for the question. To my mind, and not only to my mind, but considering experience of other countries, families of the service members are supported by the social services of the state. There should be I would like to give you an example. When a service member is being prepared to go to the war, first of all, social services work with the families, including the psychologist work. And a family should sign a set of documents. For example, if a service member is being injured, what to do? So in these documents, there should be everything cleared. How support will be provided if a person is injured, where a family in general and service member go further, what to do. It's clear there, it's cleared there, it's defined there. Provision of social guarantees, not only to the service member, but to their families. Thank you. We speak about families of the service members. We would like to raise a question or an issue of persons of the families or persons or families that experience death of their family member or from the close surrounding. That's one of the issues. This element should be a part of the work done in the sphere of psychosocial support. So population that suffered from the armed conflict. So that's a question about the sphere. I would like to give a floor to Bonnie Carroll, President Founder of the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. Please, Mr. Carroll, the floor is yours. Ms. Carroll.
To be with you today. I am a veteran of the United States Air Force, but I am a surviving widow of a soldier who was killed in our Army. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, or TAPS, our national organization in the U.S. that cares for all those who are grieving the death of a military loved one. For more than 5 years, we have helped our national sister organization in Ukraine, based in Dnipro, called TAPS Ukraine. This is the NGO for all those who are grieving the death of a military loved one there, and they have absolutely done extraordinary work. They've held national gatherings, conducted trainings, and built programs of support. Many of you today have talked about the role of grief in mental wellness and in healing. The foundation for the important work that we do begins simply with acknowledgement of that grief, whether it's the loss of a person, of your own identity, a loss of a sense of safety and security, or of life as we knew it. Death, loss, and grief are consistent emotional experiences as a result of conflict. They're normal reactions to loss, and they can be overwhelmingly debilitating. Survivors of war and conflict must navigate the complicated emotions of the aftermath of conflict and address the needs not only of their own grief, but the grief of their families and their community as well. The way in which veterans and survivors rebuild and navigate this new life following conflict has the power to improve mental health, help heal emotional distress, and even prevent suicide. In the wake of conflict, it's absolutely critical for organizations and governments to create and put into practice protocols and programs that acknowledge and address the grief of survivors and veterans. By addressing grief as a mental health concern and acknowledging grief on the community level, all those impacted by conflict will have the foundation to honor their losses, find stability in their lives, and create a renewed sense of meaning and purpose, which is absolutely essential to mental wellness. I'd like to share a bit of our research in providing successful peer-based emotional support for veterans and surviving family members in addressing grief. The first step in this process is simply acknowledging that grief is a part of one's life experience now. It's the normal human reaction to loss, and that this pain is something that must be addressed. The second step is to validate the magnitude of that grief. Grief emotions can become debilitating, interfering with the veteran's ability to take care of daily responsibilities. In the military community, this validation includes public ceremonies and memorials honoring those who have died and recognizing their service. Third, we must foster communities for those processing war grief so they can connect with each other. Through these connections, they can help develop empathetic social support with others who've had similar experiences in order to express their grief and form ongoing bonds. Through this peer support, you will have a system of giving and receiving support founded on principles of respect, shared responsibility, and mutual agreement among veterans with similar experiences. Communities can grow in a healthy way, provide emotional support and practical support, improve the quality of life, promote wellness, and improve coping skills. We're so encouraged by the tremendous work of TAPS Ukraine and the way they followed this model to promote healing for those grieving the death of their loved ones in Ukraine. We encourage veterans to engage in this healing work as well, to honor the lives lived and remember the sacrifices made and support the wonderful work of the surviving families of TAPS Ukraine. Thank you so much for including me in this important panel today and for honoring all those who have served and sacrificed.
Дякую, пані Карол.
Thank you, Ms. Carol. I think that today a lot has been mentioned regarding those aspects and elements that should be included into the system of coordination, system that should work on the different within the different cross-sectoral facilities. For example, regarding return of the ex-combatants and especially element of the work with families of the service members. And this work should be a part of this program. I would like to give a floor to Ms. Marina Kohut, she representative of NATO MCT program. Please comment upon the issue of implementation of psychosocial support to the ex-combatants within the NATO framework, NATO countries, and in general in your sphere. Ms. Marina, please, the floor is yours.
Пані Марино?
Marina, could you hear us? Maybe Marina is not here. I would like to ask a question, if it's possible. I would like to ask a question to James Byrne. Could you hear us? Are you here or not? Mr. Byrne? James Byrne, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So there's a question. When we have worked on the issue of the development of psychosocial support to the veterans, we have identified the range of sectors where we should cooperate and develop joint actions and develop maybe some even new activities. First of all, legal fields where between different authorities, we should identify our legal activities. Secondly, we should develop some business processes. Thirdly, we should have peace-building actions. What should be done? What practices should be applied? But the next institution, what authorities could be established, should be established, and what should be the staffing of these authorities? What should be done? So I would like to know more about US experience during the work with the families of veterans, during the families of the dead service members. If we speak about psychosocial support, where the Department of Veterans Affairs use and only own human resources, or the department cooperates with the civil sector? If is yes, if they cooperate, how it's regulated in the legal field? Any protocols, any secondary legislation, decrees, resolutions, or etc.? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me be sure I understand the question. Is this sort of a follow-on maybe to Bonnie Carroll's presentation? Are we talking about the survivors of deceased veterans, or did I miss the question?
We speak about veterans and their family members that need psychological support.
Correct. So right now there is a void, at least in the authority of the federal government, to assist the families of a deceased veteran. And so that is why it's so important for taking care of veterans and their families to be a whole nation effort. Organizations like TAPS in the United States fills a very, very critical and important void in our comprehensive care of veterans and their families. So would expanding the legislative authority to the VA to take care of the families after the passing of a veteran, that is certainly worth a great discussion. And if we were to have a discussion like that, I think the model would be to look at the TAPS organization and how they do it. But right now, my understanding is that there's not legislative authority nor funding appropriated to address the anguish and the challenges that family and survivors face when their veteran has passed away from whatever circumstance. But that would be a worthy piece of legislation or a worthy cause to pursue, because I think right now we rely on the TAPS organization, local community, religious organizations, communities, extended families, etc. and you may be very much identifying a void.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. And it's very interesting to listen to all those comments and reports that we have listened to today. Today, dear participants, we have participated in the International Round Table dedicated to the implementation of somatic and psychosomatic methodologies in the Ukrainian rehabilitation system to develop stress resistance in ex-combatants, IDPs, and residents of Eastern Ukraine. On this event today, we have listened to the presentation of the concept of the all-national model of moving from the military career to civilian life. And all the participants agreed the provision of the psychosocial support should be based on the following principles. Ability and access to the support, ensuring of such access to the support. So it should be located somewhere where a person lives. Development of the network that covers all Ukrainian territories, even far away territories. Trainings for the professionals should be not limited with the small centers. Control and monitoring functions should be done in order to understand and evaluate KPI and all the things, how the service has been provided, to ensure such volume of services that corresponds to the demands of the recipients. Provision of the services based on the science-based approach for the treatment. To ensure recipients of these services with the constant professional development, occupational development, to work with the communities in order to overcome stigmas and stereotypes, constant search for the solutions for the providers of such services in order to, and this at the same vein, to update and all the time develop different internet technologies, collect all the time different anonymous data from the different categories of population, and to be frank, to be transparent, in order to include and engage different agencies and ministries, especially to achieve the same results and better results as were achieved by the Vitality Project Donbass. Today we had our representatives of the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. They just developed and agreed a resolution, and this was the text from this resolution, and I would like to provide this document for the signatures of the ministry's representatives.
Your colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The resolution is signed, and we all know what we need to do to implement the somatic and psychosomatic methodology in Ukrainian rehabilitation system. And of course, along with other efficient projects to enhance the resilience, stress resilience of ex-combatants, IDPs, and vulnerable categories. So therefore, everybody put its signatures, and I think that we're coming to the very end of the this conversation, of this conference. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Stay safe and have a nice evening or day, depending where you are. Thank you.